Open Name Prayer Book,
Page number 4, 第4页，利他发心。
东热吉贝达努拜吉贝格，达瓦达达杰杰，就巴西巴达杰杰佐西贝，玛那瓦达那贝什杰达杰德瓦达德，农阿达格尼德拉那梅巴扬达，作为长久仁波切多巴萨，
愿对无分恨之敌人伤害之邪魔，以及一切阻断我解脱的正偏执者为主之，等虚空一切如母众生俱乐离故，迅速得证阿耨多罗三藐三菩提。O Mother sentient beings, especially those enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and all-knowingness, may they experience happiness, be separated from suffering, and swiftly will I establish them in a state of unsurpassed, perfect, complete, and precious Buddhahood.
地耶杰德萨玛杰杰帕德勒阿耶桑格瓦拉果玛耶帕德勒阿耶桑格瓦拉果地德人呢松帕德勒阿耶桑。
是故知之得证佛果，身口意三心善；知之是往身口意三心善。从今知之明日，此时身口意三心善。Thus, until I achieve enlightenment, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. Until death, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. From now until this time tomorrow, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind.
Sanje jedang sojen jonam lam, sanjo vardu dane japsun jem, dage jenso jebe sonam jem, rola benzo sanje toba xiu,
诸佛正法身中会，直至菩提我归依。我以不施诸功德，为利有 In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings.
Ma nam ga da nyam be sim je dam je de wa dan de ve jo dan de ba jo ji dong ar dan dong ar je jo dan da wa jo ji dong ar me be de wa dan ma da wa jo ji nye jo dan nye
May all mother sentient beings, boundless as the sky, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be separated from the happiness which is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion.香水都是花朵布满地，深山四周日月为庄严。愿念佛刹一座供养故，愿诸众生受用清净土。今向三身圆满上师中，外内弥散真如意供养，无生之财万物悉受益，无上殊胜成就其次语。The ground is sprinkled with scented water and strewn with flowers. It is adorned with Meru, the supreme mountain, the four continents, and the sun and the moon. As a Buddha field, I offer it. May all sentient beings attain the happiness of the Buddha fields. To the lamas who possess the three kayas, I offer the outer, inner, and secret offerings with my body, wealth, and all that's visible. Please grant me the supreme realization, enlightenment.
Om Guru Deva Gene Rana Mandala Padita Swaha Simje Namje Sabata Loye Zeta Jedava Shedom Shedem Gola Goldo
一切众生之智慧，根器不同而见之，公与不公，大小圣。 Please turn the wheel of the Dharma, of the two vehicles and their combination, according to the dispositions and likewise the mental capacities of sentient beings.
Yes, okay, good. Yes, good. Thank you. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Rinpoche.
So, please, first, please take a deep breath or inhale fully.
深吸一口气
And expand your chest.
把你的胸廓展开
And then exhale all our tensions.
把所有的压力、张力都呼出来
And then again, please inhale all the blessings of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas into us.
再把诸佛菩萨的加持吸到我们身中
And exhale our obscurations.
把所有的一些障碍都吐出来
Then inhale all the Buddha's bodhicitta into us. We embody the nature of the bodhicitta.
再把诸佛的菩提心吸入我们身中，我们自此具足诸佛的菩提心。
And exhale all our delusions.
再把我们的一切妄念，把它吐出去。
And then we refresh with this our mind. And then say, today I'm so fortunate to have this opportunity to reflect in the teachings, precious teachings of the Buddha.
然后再如此作意，用这个很新鲜的、清明的头脑来作意。我今天是多么的幸运，在这边有这个机缘，能够听到佛陀甚深广大的教法，来思维他的法教。
And I will study these precious Dharma teachings to attain complete Buddhahood for the benefit of all sentient beings, as we said the prayer.
为了利益广大的如虚空的众生，我来听此法教，愿成佛果。
Now today I thought we should maybe touch a little bit about the causality, the virtue and non-virtues of the teachings. These are by reflecting on these, and then it gives us such conviction that they are the understanding the cause of suffering and the cause of peace and happiness. That because of this, I need to study, I need to practice.
或许我们今天可以来开始讲那下因果。那我们要了解苦的因是在哪里，以及造乐的因是在哪里。所以从这边来开始了解因果。
Here in this book now, page 103, verse number 12.
中文本第151页第12记。
The results of virtue and non-virtue are like the shadow of flying birds. We may not see them now, but they will appear at the time of death or after. Make effort to abandon non-virtue and to accomplish wholesome deeds of virtue. This is my hard advice.
善恶果是鸟飞影，现虽未报死时显。弃恶扬善戮力行，此乃无心成智见。
As I mentioned a few times, so there are 10 virtues and 10 non-virtues. And this is not listed here. I'm sure it is listed some other places because there are a lot of others also descriptions there. So anyhow, first you see 10. We all know those, but just remind us, First, here said 10 first result of virtue. If we reflect on the virtue, 10 virtues. Not harming others' life. So not taking life, not harming others' life is first. And then not stealing others' belongings, and not engaging in the sexual misconduct or harassing others. So these are 3, not doing this, 3 the physical, related to the physical virtue. And then there are 4 related to the verbal, not telling lies. As we had some discussions due to cautions, Here, especially, as I mentioned, the spiritual lie. Even one has not seen Buddha or achieved certain different great qualities of the practice. Then still say, I saw Buddha, or I achieved certain different qualities, or such like those. And then other, of course, which make difference in the individual's life. Then next is called not dividing between friends, groups, especially Sangha members. It's called divisive speech, out of jealous, out of hatred, or out of attachment. If we divide between friends, families, or Sangha members, it's called not doing that is virtue. And then next is harsh word, not using harsh words. When you use harsh words, it just gives the pain in the mind, in the heart. So not using harsh words. And then idle talks, called just unnecessary, just wasting time. Just talk, no benefit. It's idle talk. That's one. These are 4 called from the speech. Abandoning or free from these non-virtue is called virtuous speech. Then 3 from the body is covetousness, is greed, is related to the attachment. So free from that, no covetousness. And then malicious or anger, resentment. So free from that or not having that is virtue. And then 3rd one is trusting or understanding the causality, the cause, what we have created. It brings the result of understanding that generally, Then if you go further, understanding of the emptiness, the wisdom. So these are called the 10 virtues. So when one has those, if one maintains those, then it is generally, as you can see, universally as a cause of harmony, peace, trust each other. So see, this is called 10 virtue. In the world, in the samsara, there are the foundation for the peace and harmony. For the Dharma practices, they are the foundation also. On the base of these, then we engage all the Dharma practices. So they are called the virtue. So 10, we just selected 10. There are much more, but roughly all these positive practices are within that framework.
我们讲到因果的话，我们先从十善十不善开始讲。不论是在这里，或者是在其他地方，都有很多地方有这个详细的描述。当我们讲到十善行的时候，身有3个善，那就是第一个是不恼害其他众生，就是不杀害其他众生；第2个是不偷盗他人的财物；第3个是不邪淫，或者是对其他人做出不适当的行为。这是杀盗淫是属于身方面的，不杀不盗不淫是身3面的3善。那么语方面的事业呢，不做的是不妄语，特别是为修言修这种妄语，没有见到佛却说自己见到佛了，非正言正，这些是不好的。第2个是在朋友相识的人中间呢，来做良舌，来挑拨离间，因为自己的嗔心或者是嫉妒心而生出做的这种两舌的行为，分化这个团体，我们不要来做。第3个就是恶口，对人家怒辱骂，或者是讲得非常难听的话，这个是我们要避免的。第4个是绮语，就是没有意义的言谈。那在语方面的这个4个业，我们要避免那么意业有3个我们要避免的就是贪嗔痴。那痴我们除了这种无明之外，我们要做的行的十善中，我们首先要了解因果。如果能够更进一步来去了解空性的智慧，那就更好了。如果能够我们行此十善行、十善业，照十善业，在普世来讲呢，是一个世界和平的这个原因我们人跟人之间也能够相互的这个信任。 在这个轮回的世界呢，这些都是造成和谐和平的这个因素。在这个基础之上，我们再做其他的实修。当然，一些善业善行有许许多多，这10个只是做个代表。但是同时，这10个也大概包含了大部分的善业跟善行。
Then 10 non-virtues, from that 10 virtues reversed, like harming others' life, taking life. So in relation to that, you look at the mental negativities. When our minds become very angry, full of hatred, then one may take the life of human beings. So to take the life of a human being, one has to be very strong, angry, Just little upset, you won't do that. And when it's become little less, not so strong, when the bug is running, you upset and step on the bugs, like cockroaches, When you go to the kitchen and you see the cockroaches running here, there, you just, where you're running here, you strike and step on. If you're not upset, you will not do that, you see. If you're not angry, you will not do that, you see. Especially if you have compassion, you never do that, you see. Oh, this poor cockroach just looking for something to eat. See, so look at the mental degree of the, Then it's called heinous crime, very heavy crime, like killing your parents. Your mind has to be so angry, totally involved. The anger, no other space. Then one kills your parents. See how anger makes that, you see, the degree of their sin. So from the small amount of anger to the highest amount of anger, hatred, there are so many levels, you see. It's not just anger, it's not just one. So when that happens, you see, there's no peace. In the first place, the person itself, herself or himself, when you are angry, then you have no wisdom that moment. No wisdom see right or wrong. You're just fully involved there, engaged. So we're enslaved by that anger. It seems like this way to protect yourself. Sometimes people say, anger helps you to express. It's just there's that kind of feeling is there. In reality, the anger tells you all the cause of suffering. So we're just under the slave of anger. So they're taking life. So life, you see, we all look at ourselves. How much I cherish my life. I cherish my life so much. Even somebody looks down on me, I don't appreciate. See, I eat good food because of my life. I live a better place because I cherish myself. So I want this. So whole things what we do in the world is just to make this life In such a kind of condition, if you destroy that, what you see, it is understandable. Very destructive, isn't it? So that anger does that. So it's the first non-virtue, you see. See, like say, we take other life for our enjoyment. Like say, a plate of shrimp, isn't it? Delicacy. So, this is very delicacy. I don't know other, there are some other maybe more expensive seafood. No? See how cherish their life as we do. And we take their life, destroy their life, and for our enjoyment. Not just from spiritual point of view, but from practical point of view, look at it. When you take life of others, you see, like cattle, no, goats, pigs, chicken, how they scream, you know, how much suffering is going through their life in their mind. The eyes are rolling, you know. So we need to look to ourselves. Just you can see we can measure that degree of how that is non-virtue, how much that harms others.
那相对于十善行、十善业来讲，就是十不善。十不善，首先我们要提的是嗔恨。嗔心，当一个人内心充满的仇恨、嗔心的时候，甚至在很强大的这种嗔心生出来的时候，会容易导致杀生。那举一个生活上的一个小例子。我们在房子里面看到蟑螂，那当我们看到蟑螂的时候，我们的反应是怎么样？是不是就过去把它打下去了？那我们就要反思一下，我们这样子的好像是这个习惯顺手的这种行为是从何而来的？是不是我们内心的嗔恨心引起的呢？如果我们的内心不是有这种嗔恨心的话，我们跟他的对待蟑螂的情况应该是很不一样的。那么这种行为是导致于内在的比较强的嗔心。我们嗔恨的心的可能程度有所不同，有这个比较小的程度，一直到非常大程度的嗔恨心，有很多不同的这个层次。当我们的嗔心起来的时候，那么我们就内心就难以维持平和的状态，我们也往往没有了这个智慧来帮助我们辨别事情的对跟错。在这种情况下，我们如何来保护自己呢？所以说，嗔心是一切痛苦之源，导致了杀害。我们知道生命是珍贵的。我们自己是非常的珍视我们自己的生命。如果有人对我们不利的话，我们内心的反应会是怎么样的呢？我们这辈子花了这么多的时间、精神、努力，来长养我们自己，吃美好的食物，住华丽的房子，那么来保护自己。那这表示我们是如何的珍视自己的生命。可是，身为人，我们往往为了来满足自己的欲望，却对其他的众生有不利的行为，甚至杀生来满足我们的生活。我们所谓的美味美食， 我不知道是不是有其他的食物，那就以海鲜来做例子好了。我们这个是透过杀生来满足自己的口腹之欲，或者是屠宰牛、羊、猪、鸡，屠宰它们来让我们能够吃食。可是我们有没有去想过，他们在被屠宰之前、屠杀之前，他们是如何的哀鸣尖叫的？他们的眼睛是如何的这样子旋转的？那么，我们可以用我们这种危害、恼害其他众生行为的程度的大小，来测量这种不善行程度的大小。
In the jewel ornament of liberation, mentioned taking life not just only from anger or hatred, but also from attachment and from ignorance. So, I want to have a nice dish of meat. I don't have anger to kill the chicken or anything, just want to eat out of attachment. Take life, From ignorance is in the mentioned book. Sacrifice, offering to the gods and goddesses. You kill buffaloes, other animals, to offer them, to please them, So doesn't know really it's good or not good, but it becomes a culture. You make offering, it's a sacrifice. So they're taking life off through anger, through attachment, and through ignorance. Or some business, like say the ivory, the elephant ivory, it becomes so big business. So out of that, those attachments, we take life. So like this, So just look at not from the Dharma point of view, just general in the world. Whatever when their life is taking, how much suffering they go through. Just it's a way to understand others. And if somebody shouts at me, it just harms my heart. It makes me uneasy. Especially when there's no reason. Just why doing this? Even that kind of, it harms me, So look, this is possible. These our practices are so. It's important to understand. And don't say just Buddhist belief, but how reality it is. Our individuals way how we live. See. So from this you say the next stealing or taking things from others which is not given to us. It is harmful. Not harming only others, but it harms you. But we have to pay the price. I have to pay the consequences. So that's why in Hinayana, we should generally say, Buddha said, don't do this. It's for your own benefit. If you take other life, it harms you, your life. If you steal, it harms you. If you engage sexual misconduct, it harms you. If you tell lie, it harms you. So all that's say. So it's not just from a spiritual point of view, it's not just all practical point of view. and in the field of the causes and conditions. See? Then, when you develop more, your mind understands more, not only yourself, others. Then Buddha said, yes, protect others' life. First, you don't take others' life. Abstain from taking life. Next step, then protect others' life. First, don't steal from others. Next, you practice generosity. See. First, don't engage in sexual misconduct. Then next, practice the morality. See. First, say, don't tell lie. Then next, speak the truth. Make sense? Mm-hmm. Then say, first, don't engage in the divisive speech. Then next, harmonize others, bring together. See? First, abstain from the harsh word. Then next, you talk politely, gently. See? First, don't engage in the idle talk. And then next, I will to talk about useful things, meaningful. First, in the mentally, avoid the covetousness, release the greed, attachment. And then next, say, appreciate, rejoice, practice the contentment. Then, first, avoid the malicious thought, harsh thought, anger. Next, practice love, compassion, bodhicitta. First, release your stupid, wrong view. Next, you are try to understand the father causality nature of the interdependence, and then say the emptiness. So you see, these all are not just mentioned from Buddhist point of view. These are from the point of view of the universal causality. Whole world, see. So when we discuss on the basis of these, everybody can understand. Say, it makes sense. If we just say, Buddhist say, Buddhist this, Buddhist becomes so narrow, So now we need such, so it's open the door and discard all the demarcation and make it something universal, that which makes sense to everybody and make it accessible to everybody.
那么，当别人要射杀我们的时候，我们内心会有什么样的反应呢？那么，这些这样子的法教都是容易，当我们用在生活上的时候，可以让我们更加容易了解，因为这些不只是佛教徒的观点，更是一般人的从一般人的角度就可以理解的。比如说，我们讲说不要偷盗，那偷盗的话，将来的会有后果，要付出代价的。从南传的佛法上，他们的一些教义来讲呢， 一些戒律也是也一些不善的行为都不要做的，因为会有后果来伤害自己的。比如说不要杀生，因为这样子做回过头来是会伤害自己的。这个不只是从佛教徒的观点，从现实的角度来看也不应该做的，所以进一步发展出这种道德的观念出来。除了不杀生之外呢，我们要做的应当是护生，保护所有的生命。除了不偷盗之外，我们更要进一步能够布施，慷慨的布施。不邪淫变成是有道德的，不妄语是变成说实语，说实话。从不两舌呢，然后把它变成是一种讲一些让一些团体能够很和谐的这个举止跟言行。不恶口，不辱骂别人呢，转成讲爱语柔软的语言。从不讲绮语，就是没有意义的话呢，转成呢是讲有意义的话。从不贪婪而转化成是随时感恩随喜知足。从不恶语再来批评别人呢，转化成慈悲心跟菩提心。从无明邪见把它转化成相信因果，能够了解这个佛法缘起的道理。这些并不只是佛教徒该遵守，或者是这个只是佛教徒才有的这个观点，而是普世皆准的这个因果的道理。有其因必有其果。因为如果我们只是单单从佛教徒的观点来理解来讲的话，这是比较狭隘的。所以我们应该让我们佛陀的法教呢，让它开放出去，好像开一扇门呢，然后不要把一些标签的标语、一些负面的这个误解呢贴在他身上，并且让佛陀的法教能够让一般的普罗大众都很容易就能够接受它，这是我们该做的。
Now I'll read from this book and let's see what it makes sense. This verse describes the inexorable law of cause and result that we must all pay attention to. Some develop doubt about karma when they see people who are ruthless. Ruthless are involved in many negative acts or create a lot of negative karma, but who are still very successful. Other people who are so religious, warm-hearted and kind, but continuously face misfortune and obstacles. How can this be? So usually people ask those questions, It's usual. Now here's when a bird, they say, explain here in the verse, they say, when a bird takes off, we can see its shadow just on the ground. As the bird flies up far up in the sky, the shadow disappears. But as soon as the bird lands again, the shadow returns. Virtue and non-virtues are like that. When we first perform an act, we know what we did and whether it was virtuous or non-virtuous. But after some time, we forget. This doesn't mean that the karma we created disappeared. When causes and conditions come together, we will experience the result. This is irreversible. We may not see these results now, the action we act, but they will appear at the time of death or after. Even at the time of death, we experience regret, and by then it's too late. This is why the Dharma emphasizes the different kinds of suffering. Sometimes it is depressing to hear about suffering all the time, but by reflecting on suffering, one gains an opportunity to awaken. So this usually I express. What I say is, sometimes, Buddhists are so negative. Just keep talking suffering and suffering, suffering. So it is depressing, they say. Can you talk something positive, Say no. This, you see, when we talk the suffering, so then as other dimension, we look at the cause of suffering. And the suffering we dislike as a depressing. So now, what we should do about it, ignoring doesn't help. Putting aside doesn't solve the problem. So now what we should do. So that these are the way how to awaken from the kind of difficult conditions.
接下来我们来念这个课文，在151页。此即阐述不坏的因果律，人人都要留意。有人怀疑业力说，因为明明有人冷酷无情、恶事做尽，却仍飞黄腾达；或是有人信仰虔诚、待人温厚慈和，总是遭遇不幸跟障碍。因果说如果是真的，为什么会是这样子呢？鸟飞起来的时候还可以见到影子，越飞越高，影子就不见了。等再度落地的时候，又可以再见到影子。善行恶行也是这样子的。刚做一件事的时候，心里明白它是善或者是不善的，但隔段时间后便忘了。虽然忘了，造的业并没有消失。因缘际会来临的时候，就会体验到果报了。这是不可逆转的状态。当下或许看不到结果，但是在死亡之后就会一定显现。纵使于死亡之际感到愧疚，但也太迟了。这就是佛法为何强调前记所说的三苦，即坏苦、苦苦、行苦的原因。总是听到苦，有的时候让人很沮丧，但是借由醒视这个苦，可以让我们得到觉醒的机会。常常有些人跟我讲说，哎呀，你们佛教讲这些都是很负面的，都是整天在讲痛苦，这么负面，这么让人沮丧的，是不是可以讲的比较正面的呢？那如果说我们在讲苦的时候，了解它的苦因，因为大家都不喜欢苦，所以都会觉得很沮丧。可是如果说我们能够因为了解苦来行事苦，这个是对我们是有帮助，可以得到觉醒的。而当我们把它放在一边的时候，并不是它就会消失无踪的。
Suffering do not manifest or appear without cause or through an unrelated cause. Each has a precise cause. The Dharma uncovers our intuitive wisdom to perceive these precisely. Because of this, these teachings can give us inspiration and strength. So Dharma is the wisdom. Allow me to see this. Let's see. Dharma practice prepares us to face suffering in a positive way without blaming anyone. See, when I suffer, so I have created this karma by myself. There's no one to blame outside of me. No? So it gives such kind of great comfort. Otherwise, we blame to others all the time. This happened because he, this happened because of she, I did all this right thing, We make ourselves perfect, see. I said this, I did this, all right things, but they are the one who mess up this, With Dharma practice, we get an opportunity to awaken from suffering. See? We can search for solution. Using suffering in this way leads us to develop wisdom, eventually to become Buddha. Therefore, we should make every effort to purify non-virtue and to accomplish good qualities.
苦不是没有由来而来升起的，也不是从不相干的他因所生的。每一种苦都有切切相应的因。佛法接住本能的智慧，也就是具生智，来精确的来认知此事。所以行者可以由教法中获得启发与力量。修行有助于正面地帮我们，让我们用正面的态度来面对苦，而不迁怒他人。有的时候我们会讲一些或做一些讲一些不负责任的话，或做一些不负责任的事，然后把过错责怪别人，或者是把过错推到别人身上。我本来就说这样不对不好，可是他怎样，这是一种推诿的这个行为。那我们应该要借着修行，能够从苦的中间觉醒的这个机会，那么进而寻求解决的方法，借着苦而善加引导，从它增长智慧，而能终究成就佛果。所以我们应该努力清净不善，来成就善。
Sometimes we may do something good and then encounters some misfortune soon afterward. We may even think, maybe this misfortune is a result of my good deeds. I shouldn't do any more. I should stay quiet. When we encounter these conditions, so we shouldn't doubt at all the good that we have done, dedicate it to complete enlightenment, to freedom from suffering. If misfortune arises, understand that this is the result of the ripening of some other negative karma, not out of this virtue or virtuous deed. Always trust in the unyielding nature of the karma, both positive and negative. Even the Buddha experienced the result of negative karma.
有的时候我们行善，却立刻遭逢不幸，甚至我们会这么想：这个或许是行善的结果，那么以后我们应该就不要这么做了。如果是有这种情况产生的时候，大家别起疑心，还是要坚持行善，将一切的善果回向就近成佛，解脱轮回。遭逢不幸，能够明了这是其他恶业所造之果，而不是从这个善业而来的。我们不论善业或恶业，我们要深信不变的业力法则。这个就算是佛，也得承担恶果的。
Now this is one story related to the Buddha's life. So I'll read this here. When the Buddha was in India, he held a 3-month summer retreat each year. And each retreat had a sponsor, usually either the king or important merchant. So, I think you know those. So, then 1 year, the king of a country close to Sharavasti promised to be the sponsor of the Buddha and 500 monks, the summer retreat. And he proclaimed to his people that no one else now was allowed to make any offering to the Buddha and his disciple during those 3 months. The king said, I promised to do this during this year, 3 months. So now nobody should come out, stay quiet, because I'm the responsible. I'm happy to do it, he said that. And 3 months. He didn't mention that himself was going on. Yes, I think this he did, Here anyways we read. He didn't mention that he himself was going to arrange everything, but only told them that they were not allowed to make offering for that time. That night, now tomorrow is going to start 3 months retreat, summer retreat. So that night the king dreamed that his kingdom was surrounded by intestines of human here. This was an unprecedented omen, so bad. So the next day he consulted a famous Brahmin about its meanings. I dreamed this, because he was so frightened. What is this omen sign? Can you tell me? The Brahmin told him, this is a terrible sign and not so good. Your life is in danger. You must go to retreat for 3 months starting today. It's very, it's an emergency. The king became very frightened and immediately left for retreat, telling the people that for the next 3 months no one was allowed to come see me or talk to me. He just went to retreat now. Now what happens, you see? Next day, the Buddha and his disciples come to do their summer retreat. Shariputra was sick that time. Shariputra, the famous disciple, was sick. And Mongoliana was taking care of Shariputra for him. So it happened that they could not attend the retreat and went instead to the guardrail of the 33. The king was gone, and no one in the kingdom dared to offer anything because the king had forbidden. The king told them nobody should now come up, forbidden it. So there was no one to sponsor the retreat for the Buddha. Word of this went around. A merchant from another place had some horse food, some of which was rotten. So he heard that and he was saddened. He was so sad. Now Buddha's doing with his 500 monks, no food, 3 months retreat. If it pleases the Buddha, I have this much to offer, he said, and the Buddha accepted it happily. Now there's no other choice. Ananda watched these things, the tears in his eyes. he thought this Buddha practiced for 3 limitless kalpas, attained Buddhahood, the state of the perfect, the state of perfection, and still he has to eat such rotten food. How could this happen? Buddha said, don't be upset. Everything is fine. A grain of what the Buddha was eating fell from his mouth, and the Buddha told Ananda to test it. Now, Ananda experienced it as being utterly delicious. It's ambrosia, delicious, with 100 different undefiled flavors. Buddha said, whether it is good or bad for you, I experience all food and drink like this, so don't worry. In other kingdoms, so then the news went round different places, Then in other kingdoms, people heard that the Buddha was without food. Kings like Bimbisara tried to bring food, but torrential rain arose and they could not pass through the flooded road. None of the horses could make their trip through the rain. So in this way, they passed the entire 3 months, the Buddha and his disciple. When the king came out, that now king who went to retreat, when the king came out of his retreat and heard what had happened, then the king felt so bad, so without telling anybody I went to retreat, So he retreat. Then the king came out of his retreat and heard that it had happened. He apologized to Ananda for his poor planning. I didn't do a good job. I made Buddha suffer. The king also went to the Buddha and apologized profusely for his mistake. The Buddha said, you don't have to apologize. It was not your mistake. It happened because of my karma. See? Limitless kalpas ago, with remembrance, limitless kalpas ago, there was a Buddha that time with many monks. One day a rich, powerful king invited the Buddha and his disciple all to a very special nectar-like meal, lunch. At that time there was a Brahmin with 500 followers who was very jealous of the Buddha. The Brahmin said, they do not deserve to have such a delicious meal. They should be eating rotten food instead. But 2 of his followers rejoiced in what he said. So these two said, no, they should enjoy what's offered to them. So this is the result of that karma. I was the Brahmin who led those 500 monks, and we have now all experienced this result, except for Shariputra and the Mogglayana. See? They did not rejoice in what the Brahmin said, and so they spent this time in the guardroom, and for 3 months ate nectar instead of rotten horse feet. So this is the story, So even so you look at now, Buddha has to experience. So Buddha didn't say, I am Buddha. No, this should not happen, See, Buddha accepted. See, instead of blame to the king, so you are the one who made me miserable. No food for 3 months in summer retreat, You are so bad person, Didn't say that. This is I have to go through. So you should practice Dharma. You did all what you could, but my karma didn't allow to happen that. So precious, you see.
在这边仁波切讲了一个故事，就是当年佛陀在印度的时候，他每一年都会举办一次3个月的节下安居 （Summer Retreat）， 每一次闭关都有主办的施主，他们不是国王就是大富豪。有一年呢，舍卫国的邻国国王允诺赞助佛陀跟500个比丘，也向全国宣布不准其他人在这3个月内供养佛陀及他的弟子，但是他只告诉他的国民到时候不准供养，并没有提到说自己会安排做一切的准备。那天晚上呢，这个国王就梦到他的国家被一堆肠子所围绕了，那这是前所未有的一个凶兆，所以他这个国王隔天就请一个很有名的婆罗门来帮他解梦。这个婆罗门跟他讲说，这是一个非常可怕的凶兆，你将有性命之危，从今天开始你应该立刻闭关3个月才能够避开这个祸患。听到这样之后，国王就很害怕，他马上就去闭关，并且交代接下来的3个月禁语，而且不见任何人。那么隔天呢，佛陀跟众弟子就来这边做节下的安居。那因为当时舍利佛生病了，那由目犍连来照顾他，所以这2个人弟子就没有去参加闭关，而是去了欲界33天。那等到佛陀到了这个国家之后，没有人供养佛陀，因为国王离开了，又因为国王禁止所有的人供养，王国内也没有人敢供养，所以消息传开之后，有一个外地来的商人有一点马粮马末，那里面还有一些它甚至是烂掉的了。那么商人就说如果佛陀愿意接受的话，那么我就愿意供养这一些，因为这就是他所有的。那么佛陀听了就很高兴的就接受了。阿难在看到这种情况之下，他非常的难过，就含着眼泪，心里想，佛陀修的3大阿僧祇劫，那么圆满的佛果，可是他今天还得吃这样子的东西，怎么会有这种事呢？那么那个时候佛陀明白他内心的心意，就说你不用感到不平，一切都是很好。在他这样讲的时候，有一粒那个马末，就是马粮，从佛陀的嘴边掉了下来。佛陀就跟阿难讲说，你尝尝看。阿难尝了之后呢，感到极致的可口，有100种不同纯净无垢的美味。佛陀说，无论你觉得是好是坏，我尝到的所有饮食都是如此的。在别的王国，人们也听说了佛陀没有食物，所以各国王们比如说频婆沙罗国王，他想要带食物去，可是当他想要这样子做的时候，却出现了暴雨，便没有办法通过被洪水淹没的道路，所以没有任何的马可以这样子在这么厉害的暴雨中前进。就这样子过了整整的3个月， 国王出关后听到这一切，便向阿难为自己的疏失而道歉。国王也到佛陀那里去，为他的过失向佛陀不断的道歉。佛陀说：你不需道歉，这不是你的错，因为这是我的业。无量劫前有一个佛以及众比丘，某日一位很有才识的国王邀请大众前去一个非常特殊、充满了美食珍馔的盛宴。可是那时候有位率领500弟子的婆罗门看了非常的嫉妒，非常的嫉妒佛陀。他说：那些人不值得享用这种美味，他们只配吃臭掉的东西。所有婆罗门的弟子众听到这样的话都很高兴，唯独2个人没有这样子的反应。那么那2个人说：不，他们应该享受这种供养。那2个人现在就是那个时候业力的结果。当时我就是那个率领500个弟子的婆罗门，而如今除了舍利弗跟目犍连外，都遭遇此果报，因为那时他们并没有随喜婆罗门的言谈，所以现在有3个月到天上去享用甘露，而不是吃烂掉的马食。所以在这边我们知道说，即使是成佛了，当因缘成熟的时候，果报现前还是要受的。不是说今天我已经是佛了，我不应该体验任何的不好的这种果报。我们看释迦牟尼佛，他的反应是什么？他就接受一切，他并没有责怪国王说你这么做这个怎么没有做好你的事呢？而是安慰他说：你尽力做你自己该做的事情，我来接受我过去所造的业，今天成熟的果报。这个是多么深远的一个教授啊！
So thus we should trust in what the Buddha taught about the inexorable nature of the cause and the result, and how it manifests. When we face misfortune, trouble, or obstacles, any negative condition, we should simply contemplate that this is the result of negative karma and is the great opportunity for purification. See, especially when we have Dharma teachings, not just only Dharma, but also bodhicitta. When we have these practices, then these obstacles, sufferings that we face, we have a great opportunity to purify. Then just as mentioned here, contemplate all the suffering, obstacles that I'm facing. Now I have a method to accept it. And this is special purification, the negative karma that I have created. If this happens, a life without Dharma, then we make more cause of suffering. My suffering that I have, I can't say, I cannot accept this. Is this you made this miserable? You did this, for me. I can't accept, Then we make more mess, see, and more suffering. Now here Dharma, see, just on the base of wisdom, love, compassion, and bodhicitta. This suffering that I have, purify not just only my cause of suffering, negative karma, but even the cause, the suffering of other sentient beings. May everyone attain Buddhahood. May everybody free from suffering, samsara. So I'm so grateful having this opportunity. Physically there's pain, difficulties, but mentally we can have such great peace and joy. You see, if we know how to handle it. So that's what's called wisdom. That gives us not just temporary wisdom, but real insight. That's what this Dharma practice is about. See, it's not just being a spiritual. So, I'm a very spiritual, I something showing, So I'm very Dharma good practitioner. It's not showing. But here is practically how to live our day-to-day life in a peaceful way. Who can enjoy this? So only the practitioner can enjoy this. One who knows the Dharma can enjoy this. And that's what we need. Every sentient beings, see, that's why I mentioned Dharma is not taught only to Buddhists, not only to monks and nuns, but Buddha taught this for all the sentient beings. Buddha wish everybody enjoy like this.
所以我们应该要相信佛陀所说的因果的必然性，跟他所显现的道理。面对不幸、困境或障碍，也就是任何逆境，都只应思维，这就是恶业之果，更是清净业障的大好时机。那么，我们应该在佛陀的教授里面，时时提醒我们发菩提心。我们对于一切的恶果发生的时候，都能够接受它。这样子一来，当这些恶果显现的时候，我们接受它，就是一种净化。如果说我们在这一辈子没有听闻佛法，那么我们将会承受更多的痛苦。因为现在我们有了智慧，发起慈悲心跟菩提心，我们自己受苦，将帮助自己来净化之前的恶业。而且我们应该这样子的作意，不只是我今天来接受这种苦果，也能够净化其他一切众生的一些恶业，并且发愿众生都能够得正。能够这样子做，虽然在生理上，在身体上或许有一些痛苦、一些艰难、一些苦难，可是我们在内心里面可以是很平和、很喜悦的。这个就是真正的智慧，也就是我们对佛法真正的理解。要不然的话，也可能有些人会觉得很骄傲的讲说，我是一个很有灵性的人，我是一个非常好的修行者。不是这样子的，佛法是要教我们如何在日常生活中怎么样来做，我们可以怎么做。那么真正懂得佛法的人是能够享受这个法的。这并不是这个佛法并不是讲给出家众、比丘、比丘尼的，而是大家都可以运用，大家都可以受益的。
Virtue and non-virtue, positive karma and negative karma are not just a system of belief. Now say the awareness is going everywhere so well. When the 80s, when I came to this country, the people said, no, there's a different way of talking. So Buddhists believe karma, So something like karma is a belief system, not is real, But now the awareness is such that everybody there now say talking about karma and understand the karma well, So it's not just a belief system. Actually, the language was a karma, Buddha is a Sanskrit, because it's come from that, Otherwise, karma means action. Whatever action you put, it becomes a cause to bring whatever the result according to the karma, the cause, So in the West webs they are saying, which goes round comes back, It's the same thing, So they say it's not just a system of belief. They are the law of the universe. Whatever we do becomes a cause that manifests a result. If, for example, someone tells a lie, whether it is spiritual or not, others will not appreciate it and will not respect the liar. On the other hand, if you always speak the truth, everyone will appreciate, respect, and trust you, so your word. This is the universal truth. So in the Meaningful to Behold life story of Jigten Sungkwan, Lord Jigten Sungkwan, in this one, if you read this one life story that I have translated, in that quote, is written by Shirab Jognen, quotes that precious Lord sayings, The nature of virtue and non-virtue is that they cannot be exchanged. The virtue cannot exchange as non-virtue. Non-virtue cannot exchange as a virtue. Now, Lord Jidosung was quoting Nagarjuna's scene. The noble great Acharya Nagarjuna said, if one acts with attachment, aggression, or ignorance, that is non-virtue. If one acts with non-attachment, non-aggression, non-obstructed mind, that's virtue. So Jigten Sungkwan was communicating according to what Nagarjuna said. So reflect on the, as I repeated, on the 10 virtues and become inspired to life. To live your life in that way and be free of the 10 non-virtues. In this life, we are studying and practicing the Dharma sincerely, but if we feel we cannot accomplish all these practices in this one lifetime, we will need to obtain another human life in the future. Therefore, we need to recall the cause of a precious human life and perform virtuous activities. Now, here what the saying is the same. If you ask yourself, what will be the real cause to be reborn as a precious human life? Is there any special prayers can I say? Special mantras can I say to become next life, to have a precious human life? So practice the 10 virtue. That's the principal cause to born as a human life, precious human life, free from the 10 non-virtues. First, it is most important to keep moral ethics. Then, in order to practice and study the Dharma in the next life, we will gain need food and gain what? We will gain need food and clothes, so practice generosity. Yeah, we will gain need food and clothes, so practice generosity during this life. Whatever you can share, you give it. When you have something, when you give something away, it is not wasted at all. Just practice generosity without expectation and without much effort. you will have ensured the condition to study, the practice, the Dharma in the next life. The 6 parameters are designed distinctly and decisively for just these purpose, for this just purpose. Should I say a little more? Let's say, now this is explained in the Madhyamika Avatara, entering into the Madhyamika middle school, a text by Chandrakirti. In the section of the real understanding of the emptiness there. What he said is, to have this precious human life, keep the moral ethics, like the 10 virtues or 5 precepts. See? So those are the principal cause to have the precious human life. Then Buddha encouraged to practice the generosity, because when we study, practice Dharma, we need food and place. So those are manifest out of practice of generosity. Great practitioners in the retreat, they know there's nobody is there, but they still maintain their life because of their previous life practice of generosity. And then, so this is a step you see. Practice of patience makes people interested. They are now with you, support you happily. And practice of this perseverance, see, that is the how you progress or perfection of these all the practices like loving kindness, compassion, bodhicitta. With this support, you see, then you are so interested. Practice of the paramita, the Mahamudra, the emptiness, You have been practicing this other life, or say having strong aspiration, so that seed comes in this life just by hearing, without doubt, you just want to follow. So in order to practice that, first we need samadhi, karma abiding. With having the equipoise, karma abiding, then that's the 5th parameter. The 6th, the wisdom awareness that manifests within in your mind with support of the equipoise. Through this you see how that becomes a path way to free from samsara and attain Buddhahood, you see. It's not just put six parameters, they are not there. Each and every has a reason why they need, each individual, one person to practice Dharma, to follow into the path, and to attain enlightenment, you see. So there's cause. This also is a cause. Each individual has like those causes. So my main here, what I'm saying now is, say, since we are talking about the causes and conditions, or virtue and non-virtue, as just I mentioned, next life I want to be born as a human, having precious life to study, practice Dharma. Now, what's the best the cause I can create. Can I ask somebody say some million mantras or some millions prayers? No. So the best solution is we keep the 10 virtues and practice them and free from 10 non-virtues. Then step by step, see, like that's how it goes. See. However, if one practices generosity but without moral ethics, there may be unexpected result. Occasionally, we see dogs and cats that life with rich people. They are treated much better than some human beings because these animals practice generosity in the past. They are treated very well, but because they lacked moral ethics, they are born as animals. So all these results come without fail. So make every effort to develop virtue as a complete form. So here's, as mentioned there, no? Some rich people or some high lama have a dog, They are so treated so well, put in such place, They keep servant to the dog, Here the dog who take care of the dog. Like some horse also we have, They get all the best condition, food, take care, wash them, Some people on the street, human being, don't have that, Why, you ask? Because they practice generosity. So from that point of view, they got that result. So each and every there's a cause which is manifesting the result. So this is what's called decisive, the manifestation of the karma, the cause we have created. Make sense? So these are such facets, these are the very important. We pay attention. Then our Dharma practice can be really productive. See, if we don't pay attention to all these things, look at the Mahamudra, everything is empty. Just it flows, come and go, just rest there. Because also in the emptiness, there's no karma, Can't say no. The Dharma practice cannot be so kind of productive. Yes.
The perseverance, what's the outcome of perseverance?
Perseverance to follow all those causes, joyfully making effort, do right things, especially as mentioned, like perfection of bodhicitta. Looks like it's a time for break. Maybe when you come back, translate.
Okay.
Sounds good? See, that's when I am so kind of involved, then I don't pay attention, translate all time, just cook. Woi chanjo semjo rembo che ma che ba nam che gro che ba nyamba me ba kone kondo pe warai sho. Thank you.
15分钟。如果说我们过去曾修般若蜜的话，那么我们这一辈子就容易来跟大手印跟空性能够相应。如果说我们有非常大的心愿的话，那么 发起很大的这个心愿，想要继续修习佛法，这样子这一辈子自然而然就能够直遇佛法。那么我们如果说在过去修般若的话，那么我们就容易修止啊、修定啊，容易双盘啊、加趺坐等等的。那这一些是非常实际的做法，从一个轮回的世界，怎么样透过这些修行、六度波罗蜜等等的修行，因为因果的关系呢，总有一天可以得到佛果的。所以六度波罗蜜并不只是说这个6个名相而已，它是实际的这个修行的步骤跟方法。那么如果说我们下辈子还要成为人来修习佛法的话，最好的保证是什么呢？是不是说我们持一个咒持了100万次、200万次呢？并不是这样子的。要下辈子要再成为生得人身，就要行10善，远离10不善。刚刚有讲的，有的时候因为过去是修布施，那么没有修这个其他的这个持戒或者道德，那么有的时候身为狗或马的话，他们过得非常的舒服主要是过去修的这个布施道的这个关系。我们应该要了解因果是不谬的，了解这个基本的道理是非常重要的。如此一来，在这个基础之上来修法，我们就可以得到保护。可是如果我们的这个基本的道理不了解，或者是不去注重的话，那么我们光谈大手印啊、空性啊、无啊等等，这些是不实际的呀，也是不稳固的。
Thank you. So just touch the basic, as you say, the karma cause. Now the little more precise details you can find from the jewel ornament of liberation. There's one complete chapter on this. So when we create one karma, it has many different results. Just for example, when we, a farmer, plant a seed, before bring the crops itself, first seedling, and then leaves, and then branches, flowers. There's so many from one seed. There's so many, Likewise, in the karma, it's called ripening karma, similar to experience, similar to kind of called English, I don't know. No. Experience and similar to the mental, basically it's imprint, and then like power said. So ripening karma is mostly like reborn in the human life when it's virtue, or like born in the hell realm, hungry ghost. Now if we protect the life, support others' life, like supporting those who are sick, giving medicine, helping them, and that because of those, so our life will be healthier, less kind of sickness, live longer. And then if taking life, our life will be shorter. A lot of different types of sickness, like that. Then similar to that's called similar to the experience. Then similar to this, our act, if we act anger. So even when a child the child is naturally angry, aggressive, Now, if that person has been practicing compassion, love, those, even the child expresses love, compassion. Usually it's just more gentle, you see. So it's that kind of. Then the power is reflected our environment where we are born. If it is a positive, it's a virtuous karma, the environment is more positive. Good weather, good harvest. When we have negative action due to anger, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, so forth, then the environment will be also not so positive. Like drought, famine, and the rain is not falls in time. So like that, you see. So Dharma is not just a Buddhist, thing. It is for universal. So this kind of awareness we need to go around everywhere. So if we want to change our ecosystem, the environment, everybody should act according to these 10 virtues. Whereas, these the 4 friend, isn't it? The 4 it's called harmonious friend, Mm-hmm. Who knows this 4 harmonious friend? You have 4 harmonious friends. There's sometimes they're painting.
有4种，你是哪4种？
Oh, you see these 4. You see, it's why it's very popular. We print, put on the wall, sometimes you make a card to send. Sometimes we don't pay attention to what that means. It is a very profound significance there. So we just say 4 harmonious friends, and we don't know more than that. It is, again, when Buddha was on the way to enlightenment, Buddha was born, as yesterday mentioned, he was born as the queen bee, when Buddha was born on the way as a Bodhisattva, born as the bird. It's a Kashika, it's a place in India, not so far from Varanasi. I think before it used to be big territory. Now it's kind of reduced. So Kashika forest that time is huge forest, big county and area. So in that forest, jungle, so these 4 animals. So there was a lake, a water running. Every morning they meet there because they come to drink water. So the elephant, and the monkey, the rabbit, and the bird, these 4. Because they meet every day, then they know each other. They become a friend. And then the other express, it will be so good if you know who is older, who is younger. The younger one can respect to the older one. Then the bird said, that we can do. Even though we don't know when we are born, but they are next to their big tree, says, just look at the tree. The first, when you remember how the tree is, how big, then the elephant said, maybe I'm older, because the first I remember, the tree was my size, the first one I remember. The monkey said, in that case I'm older, said. The first one I remember, the tree was just few branches. And then rabbit said, oh, in that case, I'm older. Because the first I remember, just seedling, few leaves there. And actually, I pick up one leaf and I have eaten, said, you know. And then the bird said, in that case, I'm the oldest, he said. Because I ate the fruit from other tree and came here to drink the water, and I shed there the seed. Now the seed was went under the ground. From that, this tree grew, you know, has grown, you know. Okay, so that's how they you see the depict, you know, the picture is around that. So then they respect each other. Then the bird said, oh, it's not enough. We just respect each other, become friendly. But we should keep the 5 precepts. Say, not taking life, not stealing, not sexual misconduct, not telling lie, and trust in the karma. Because that time they don't have alcohol, you know, or drugs, you know. So trust karma, you know. Okay, that's very good idea, they said. They agreed. Then after some time, then the bird said, it's not enough, just we practice the 5. But let us now work this now. All in this forest, the birds, the elephants, all any animals hit this around this area. Let us now propagate, you know, teach to all people, all the animals. They follow this. And they said, "Oh yes, let's do this." So they each other, no, I don't know which took which responsibility, but there is, you know. Then bird said, I will take care of all the birds, you know. So like that, they each took the responsibility. And that went wrong. And then after some years, then the country becomes so peaceful. No? Rain falls in time. No sickness, no any disease, no droughts. Oh, just so good. So in that country, the king and the people, they also so inspired. Why this is happening so good? What is it? Ever before, better, ever before, this time, before even our life, we don't remember this. Such auspicious, things happening. So the king thought, maybe it's because me, I took care of the country, the people, and all this. And the people thought, oh, because we did so well, we respect the king and all this, So in the country, there was a practitioner, a yogi, who has clairvoyance, So some people met him, so asked, this country is now going so well, the economic wise, the health wise, the peace, no problem, This whose effort? What kind of effect is which the effects come from? The king or the subject or the who, And then the yogi said, this is effect, none of these people or king is effect from these 3, the 4 animals. So he told the story to this. And then all the people, the country, the king, and all the people also inspired. They all also accepted, because they see direct effect, So then, after some years, when anybody dies from that country, all are reborn in the 33 God realm. No? So then the king of the 33 God realm was Indra. So in he saw there's so many more in that God realm. So many beings are reborn there. So he looked, what's the effect of this? So he saw direct effect from this four friend, So like this you see. So those stories are so actually so helpful. As I mentioned, it's not just a Buddhism; it is the reality, how the causes and condition creates the situation, good and bad. See. So that's the story, basically.
那么关于这些因果的关系呢，在解脱庄严宝论的特别有一章来详细的来描述这个因果的这个关系。当我们如何来种下种子，种子发芽，然后生出枝干，最后开花等等，然后业果怎么样成熟的过程也是类似的。我们在过去种下一些善因，内心的有一些印记，所以这辈子能够活得人生，然后继续行善。当我们护生的时候，支持别人的生命，比如说人家生病的时候，我们布施医药，让医生来看他们，给他们这个资粮，让他们买药等等的话，能够这样子做这样子的善行，那么这个人呢，他们的生命就会更加的健康跟长寿。可是如果一个犯杀生业的人，通常他们是短命的。那在生活上有类似的这样子的经验，当一个父母经常是处在一种非常嗔心很重的环境之下，那么对小孩子非常凶狠的话，这个小孩子长大的时候，他们也会变得非常容易易怒的状态。如果说这个父母对小孩子是充满了慈爱心呢，很有耐性的话，那么这个小孩子将来长大就容易有这个慈爱心、慈悲心。所以当我们种下善因的时候，将来的果报自然就好。当我们都行善的时候，甚至整个这个世界的这种生态环境也会改变。气候温和啊，气候很好，收成也很好。可是如果说我们内心充满了这些三毒之类的啊，这是充满了嗔恨等等的话，那么这个世界上的这个气候环境啊，就容易会有干旱的情况啊，产生饥荒啊，或者是说下雨在不应该下雨的时候来下雨的，这些都是我们应该要有的觉知。在我们西藏常常有在很多地方你会看到这4个和谐的善友这个卦画，你们知道是什么吗？就是大象、猴子、兔子跟鸟。那么常常我们看到这个卦画的时候呢，我们就讲说，或者是唐卡的时候，我们讲说，那就是4个和谐善友，大家都很习惯这样子讲，可是不知道它的意思跟故事的背景是什么。那在这个也是跟佛陀过去世有关系。他在成佛之前有一世曾经是受生，当在菩萨的阶段的时候，有一世是身为女王蜂。那这个故事，这个我们过去昨天有讲过。那么有一辈子他是生作为鸟的，所以他在那个地方呢，是在舍卫城附近的嘎西嘎这个地方，就是过去的比哈省 那现在比哈省比较小的，或许不是在比哈省里面。那在那个时候，除了鸟之外，还有兔子啊、猴子啊、大象等等的，因为他们所在的地方有一个湖，湖呢有水一直进来，所以他们每天都到那边去喝水，这样子天天这样子去喝水，天天见面之后，他们慢慢的就变成认识的，后来变成朋友了。那他们彼此之间呢是非常的和谐，互相尊重的。有一天突然有人发想了，这个小鸟吧，他就发想说，我们4个人都是很好的这个朋友，可是谁是比较老的呢？那是不是年轻的要更加尊重这个老的呢？那个小鸟说，事实上我也不记得我是什么时候出生的，可是我们或许现在我们既然在这个树旁边，我们或许看这个以树为做标准，看我们记得什么时候我们是第一次看到这棵树的。然后大象讲说，如果你这样讲的话，我想大概我是年纪最大的吧，因为当我记得我第一次看到这棵树的时候，它不过跟我一样高而已，你们看它现在长得这么高了，所以我应该比较老吧。那猴子说，照你这样子的讲法，我应该更老，因为它不只是你的身高那个高度，而是它只发出几个枝干的时候，我就来到这里了，所以我应该比较老。听到这个的话，那个兔子他就讲说，如果是照这样子的讲法，或许我是比较老的，因为当我第一次来到这里的时候，它才刚刚发芽没有多久，只有几片叶子，而且我还吃了其中的一片叶子，所以我应该是比较老的。那后来听到他们这3个这个动物的这个朋友就这样讲之后，那个鸟就突然想到说，那照这样子的想法，应该我是最老的，因为当初我在另外一个地方去吃的一个果实，那吃的果实就飞到这边来喝水，喝完水就上厕所了，所以在那边就有的这个种子才长了这棵树，所以我应该是最老的。所以他们就是这样就知道说谁的年纪都大等等的，然后还是一样的很和谐，做很和谐的朋友，相敬如宾。隔了一阵子之后，这只鸟又发想了，他想说，我们光是这样很和谐的过着，应该不够的，同行相友这样是不够，我们应该要持守戒律，我们来持5戒怎么样？那在那个时候在想说，我们不要杀盗淫妄，然后他那时候没有酒啦，他们大概也不用喝酒，所以他们讲说我们应该要深信因果，所以他们其他3个就觉得说，不错啊，那我们这样子来持守这个准则好了。这样子又过了一阵子，这只鸟又想了，就想说，这样还是不够的，除了我们得到利益之外，我们应该也让森林中的所有很多的众生都能够得到利益。那你们看这个森林中有多少的鸟啊，我希望他们都能够这样子做。那其他他们也同意了，所以每一个人就负责不同的族群来跟他们教化，来宣扬这些道理。比如说鸟就去跟森林面中的鸟就这样子来讲这些道理，让他们也能够遵守。所以这样子这样做了一阵子之后呢，整个国家都非常的祥和，非常的和平，充满了和平，而且风调雨顺，没有任何的饥荒。所以国王跟人民都很感动，他们都不记得在他们记忆中有多久没有这样子这么风调雨顺的这个日子，这么祥和，这么和平。所以他们想到这件事情的时候，那国王就想说，大概是我施行的德政，所以有这样子的结果吧。那人民就想说，大概是我们很善良，很遵守法律，很效忠国王。后来他们也搞不清楚到底是怎么来的，就去问一个修行的一个瑜伽士。那这个瑜伽士他是有天眼通的，他就入关之后，他就想说，为什么这个国家能够这么样的平顺呢？那大家都很富有，都有钱，都过得很好，结果他关了之后，他知道说，也不是国王，也不是人民，而是森林中那个同行的4个善友，很和谐的善友。他把这个道理跟大家讲了之后，大家就接受了，相信了。 那么所以他们也都继续遵循这样子的规则来过他们的生活，所以在那个国家是非常的富乐的。那当这个国家的人民往生的时候，他们甚至受生到33天那边去了。那这一个国王往生的时候，他也受生成33天的国王，就是第4天。那么当他受生成为第4天的时候，他在这个反观这个世善有的这个真实的利益。所以这个呢是这个在佛教里面一个故事，这个因果的故事。那这个因为不同种下不同的因行，不同的行，然后果报成熟的时候会有怎么样的结果的一个故事，是一个很真实的一种讲法。
So there are so many topics to read, isn't it? Maybe this is not too long, but maybe it's very helpful. Verse number 3, page 88. See here, this book. 8 worldly concerns. You have heard of this 8 worldly concerns so much here and there, So 8 worldly concerns are like a snare, a trap. Exhausted by meaningless effort, we end our lives in dissatisfaction. Meditate well on renunciation. This is my heart's advice. So now I read this. As taught by Nagarjuna in his letter to his friend, in that the 8 worldly concerns are gain and loss. Gain and loss. Pleasure and pain. Praise and blame. Fame and disgrace. So 4 are positive, what we want to gain. And 4 are negative, that we don't want to have. So this positive involves our attachment. And the 4 negative, it involves our aversion. So you see the duality. So now, in samsara, we involve ourselves with these notions. As a matter of fact, these are the concerns that we spend most of our energy in this life. Everybody, we make great effort to gain things, experience pleasure, win the praise, and become famous. And then we have to protect what we have achieved. See, first we work so hard to gain these 4. Once again, let it become famous, we have to work so hard to protect that, isn't it? If somebody says bad things about you, it's so painful, So then see, we also make great effort to avoid loss, pain, blame, and disgrace. This is not just a Buddhist view of things. The entire world is driven by these 8 concerns. So we suffer here helplessly. We are trapped in the snare of these 8 worldly concerns. See? Even if we achieve some success in our endeavors, still we are not satisfied. Again and again, we need something else. Some people in the world are dying without food and clothes. Others have everything they could possibly want, but still suffer. All of us are suffering from dissatisfaction. We are not satisfied with what we achieve or with what we have. If you become famous, you will encounter more obstacles. When you have little fame, you are free. When you have a lot of fame, then you have to work to protect it. So try not to become attached to your fame. Likewise to your praise, pleasure, or gain. Just work sincerely. If you have no attachment to these things, they will not become a cause of suffering. Likewise, if you have no aversion to lose, pain, blame, and disgrace, these will not become a cause of suffering. The more aversion we have for them, the more they become a cause of suffering. Renunciation means giving up attachment and aversion toward these 8 worldly concerns and all other mental delusions that are the root cause of suffering. Sometimes people think that this means giving up life, having nothing, not eating, or going without clothes. That is one kind of renunciation, but here renunciation means non-attachment. With this kind of renunciation, you can be famous all over the world. See? But you remain unattached to your fame. You can be very rich, but if you have no attachment, then mine is peace, you see. If you gain something, you have no attachment to it. Great Bodhisattvas can have many things, but are not attached to them. They are like a lotus that is born from the mud. A lotus bloom fresh and pure above the water, not strained by the mud at all. Similarly, even if you are famous or possess many things, wealth, they will not cause your suffering if you have no attachment. So here main concern is attachment. So now this said, take a deep breath. So look at whole world is involved, this everywhere. Now we as a Dharma practitioners, just take a deep breath.
大家深深地吸一口气。
Mind open, and then meditate well on renunciation. How? See, look at the mind when causes you to look at the mind, what causes you to suffer? Because somebody is criticizing you. Because sometimes you cannot protect what you have, that you are so attached to. Like these things. That times, your mental state. So look at your mental state. Then therefore apply yourself to purify non-virtuous thoughts. So they are impermanent. They are just a manifestation. Manifests, disappear. Appears, disappear. Look at that illusory nature. See thoughts. Renounce ignorance and delusion. the causes of suffering. I am so deluded on this. No, my obsession did to this so much. So I purify that. So this doesn't mean you shouldn't be rich or famous. This is very important. Sometimes people think, oh, Buddhists are negative, You don't want to be famous, you don't want to be rich, all this. No, as mentioned, there are some Buddhists, some great, are so rich, famous, but they're not attached. So we released attachment. We released aversion. The way we do is there's temporary. Then say, appreciate what you have and rejoice in your good qualities. If you are famous, oh, I appreciate. I should do better. Be helpful to others. Instead of attached to your fame. If you are rich, rejoice. Or whatever you have. So I'm rich. I have Dharma. I'm rich. I have bodhicitta. Appreciate, rejoice. Then said, develop great compassion and wisdom for those who indulge in these 8 worldly concerns. Look at all the people in the world. How much they are suffering. The war. Why they are having a lot of wars, fighting, killing each other? Because of these 8 worldly concerns, you see. Thank you.
在我们中文本的第139页的第3个偈颂，世间8法是罗网，疲于奔命无实意，寿终依旧无厌足。当善观修出离心，此乃无心成智见。龙树菩萨在一本书，也就是他跟他朋友书信往来而集结的这个书呢，讲到世间8法，或者是我们中国人讲8风，是得失、苦乐、赞悔、荣辱，这8种。当我们身处在轮回的这个世上呢，总与8法是脱不了关系的。其实多数的人把一生绝大部分的精力都致力在这个世间8法当中，人们总是花极大的力量来求取事物，体验乐趣，赢得赞誉跟名望。接下来不得不再保护所获得的，同时又花极大的力量来避免自己的损失、痛苦、诋毁跟屈辱。这不只是说在佛教徒上面有的这个见解跟看法，而且是世间上的一切都是被这个8风所动。我们也因此无助的受苦，受这个八风的这个痛苦，可以说是陷入了世间8法的罗网之中了。纵使我们因为有努力而有所成就的话，还是很难感到满足的。人总是不断的需要别的东西。世界上有人因为没有衣食而濒临死亡，可是也有人拥有能够想得到的一切东西，却依然是苦恼的。轮回的众生皆苦于无厌足，不满于所成就的，也不满足于所拥有的。有的名望就遭遇更多随着成名而来的障碍。当我们默默无名的时候，我们一般反而容易感到自在。可是当我们的声誉正隆的时候，就不得不想办法来维系我们的声誉。所以尽量别在意名望，同样的也别在意赞誉、快乐或者是收获。 只要诚心诚意的做，如果不在哪里执着，哪里就不会导致我们痛苦的原因。相同的，如果我们不排斥损失，那么痛苦、诋毁、屈辱也不会造成我们痛苦的原因。如果我们越排斥，就会越变成这种苦因了。我们的这些世界上的万事万物，常常就是这样子一出现隔了一阵子之后就消逝了，因为这是一种无常的道理。如果说我们能够这样子来观它的出现、它的消逝，不去执着的话，那自然就可以净化这个过程。那对于我们所有的东西，我们可以心存感念、心存感恩。那有这个机会，可以以自己的所拥有的东西，可以帮助别人。不管是说在钱财上面，或者是在法上面。当我们法财很多的时候，我们就可以跟人家分享这法，并且发起菩提心。当我们有这些东西的时候，另外一个要点就是要有出离心。所谓的出离心是放下贪执，并且厌弃八风跟其他造成痛苦的这种妄情。有的时候人们以为这个就是要放弃人生，让自己一无所有，不吃跟不穿。如果这样子做，也可以算是一种出离心啊。可是在这个出离心，在我们在这边所指的出离心，是不去执着它。得此出离心，则可享名声，却不执于名，有所得，但无所执。大菩萨可以拥有众多的事物，但一丝不染，正如莲花出于淤泥一般。莲花洁净地开于水上，丝毫没被污泥所染。同样的道理，纵使一个人名利双收，没有执着的时候，也不会因此而产生痛苦。那因为有这些世间的八法，因为世人常常执着于世间的八法，而造成了许许多多的痛苦，甚至像现在到处都有的这个战争。所以想到这边，大家深呼吸一下，来好好的观修出离心。观察之心，何者是真正的苦因？来正视我们自己的心态，再依此真实清净诸不善念，把它净化掉，出离无明与妄见等苦因，并且感念自己有的随喜自身的福德，更为那些还耽溺在世间八法的人广修智慧跟慈悲。
Then this afternoon we'll touch other subjects. What you want to know. There's a section of refuge, and then Father Bodhicitta. Well, there's a lot of those we can discuss. Do you have any questions?
今天早上我们就先讲到这里，那下午就看大家要讲什么。我们可以讲皈依，我们也可以讲菩提心，然后看大家有什么样的意见跟看法可以来讨论。现在有什么疑问吗？
Excuse me?
What makes Buddhism a religion?
We make religion. Buddhists, we as a Buddhists, we're making Buddhism as a religion. So I believe Buddha's teaching.
But if you're a physicist, you don't call yourself a religion. You say, I believe in quantum mechanics, where view of reality, but you don't call yourself a religious person.
Yes,
So what makes Buddhism?
The Buddhism is, I pray to Buddha. I'm Buddhist because then I'm pray to Buddha.
Buddha nature is within ourselves. So
Yes.
Buddha is really just speaking to your inner self.
That's right.
Religion.
That's right. So before you reveal that, first you have to know Buddha. See, when you know Buddha, then say, oh, this is the Buddha. So that nature is within me. That Buddha taught how to reveal that.
So
See?
I still don't see how that's a religion.
Oh,
I still don't see how that's a religion.
religion, yeah, that's right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, you know. So, religion you make, say, Buddha has all the power. And I pray to Buddha, you know. And then you involve all the rituals, see. I think that makes religion. Otherwise, I don't know either.
有一个很快的问题，那为什么这个佛教会变成一种宗教呢？回答是说，因为都是这些佛教徒制造出来的，因为我们都相信。那可是为什么物理学家他们不会物理学为什么不是变成一个宗教呢？因为当我们这样子的时候，我们会向佛陀来祈请等等。那可是那不是我们每个众生内在都有本质具有的佛性吗？是这样没错。可是在你证到，在你见到自己佛性之前，你还是有一个佛，还是往外求，然后想说哦，佛有大力量，所以我要跟他祈请，而发展出一大堆的这个仪式、仪轨等等的，这样子就成为了一个宗教了。
You also said that that's not what works. What works is practice. You have to practice. You don't just pray to Buddha. That doesn't
Yeah, that's right. Practice means you do. Like, as I used to give this analogy. Now, if you want a delicious meal, food, first you know what is that delicious meal is about. Why it makes delicious. You explain this. Then you should know how to make it. So making, that is the practice. You see, once you made it, that's also not enough. It's on the table. That's not the real kind of, you get the benefit. Now making this scrumptious delicacy you made, you know. Now, what should we do? Display there? But you should eat it. You see. Then, this is delicious. All the ingredients there, this is what is necessary, need to need. No? With these ingredients, with a good chef. No? Say that. When you eat it, you get the benefit. You see. So if it is just you make it, say it's so good, wonderful, advertise, but don't eat it, it's like a religion, you know. See, no? You see, you make good inspiration to others, but you don't get the benefit. But now if you eat it, enjoy it, now I really got the benefit from this. So Dharma is teaching us like that. See, first, look at it, how good about it, not just attached to it, but then we work how to do that. So to do these things are first very important to see what kind of obstacles we are facing. Sometimes in the name of the Buddhism, we involve this 8 worldly concern. I want to have a high title. No, we have role in the Buddhism. You see, this is such a high Lama because he has this title, you know. And so actually, in a Buddhist, title doesn't mean anything. It's just a label. But in the world, sometimes we need the title because to introduce to people. But then, without knowing that, we are so involved, attached to that, and then we fight. What's for? So titles are nothing. It's another illusion. See, what's important is understand the meaning, dharma, and practice. And then what we desire for, look at that. And achieve that. That's real, it's wise. You see, it's real wise. Then we just make line. This has a high title here. And then next to this, next to this, next to this. Then there we involve all these 8 holy concerns there, you see. Then Dharma becomes cause of suffering, confusion, instead of solving the confusion, So that's what we need to. This renunciation here, what I explained, you see. Notice, don't renounce your fame, richness, your comfort, but renounce the attachment to this. See, then if you have high title, doesn't matter. Your title can be very useful to promote this wisdom out of compassion. Make sense? That's what Dharma practice is about. That's what brings the peace, real peace, harmony. Within you, see, individual like me. This is called practical approach in the study and practice the precious Dharma. Otherwise, we try to get some titles and this, that, and then say in the societies, I am recognized something,
那么如果说我们是只是说发这个祈愿，那不去做实修的话，这样是不对的。就好像说我们今天想要吃一顿非常美味的一餐，那么我们首先必须要先了解什么东西是会美味的，那怎么样来做呢？然后在过程，然后慢慢做一道美味的佳肴。当我们在这个做烹煮的过程当中，这个就是我们所谓的实修了。那当我们烹煮完之后，把它放在桌子上，这样就好了吗？这样有帮助吗？如果你把它烹煮的一桌美味的东西，只是去展示的话，这样是没有什么益处的。你吃了之后，知道它的美味。你知道它的成分在哪里，有一个好的厨师，你吃了之后得到了这些食物的这个利益了。那如果你今天煲了一碗很好的汤，你不去吃，那对你来讲有什么样的利益呢？宗教也是这样子的，当然它会让我们很多很好的这个激励，那对别人对自己都很好。可是如果我们只是把它供在那里的话，这对我们来讲有什么样的利益呢？法也是这样子的，佛陀它本身是佛法，是应该让我们不去执着的。我们一开始很重要的去了解有什么样不同的元素啊，什么样的道理啊，甚至世俗的世间的这个八法啊，那就是帮助我们去了解不同的层次、不同的阶段。那这些头衔本身，这些阶段本身不是那么重要的，在佛教里面一点都不重要的。可是世间的人却常常会非常的执着他们，因为这样子而引起不同的争斗。这些头衔呢，只是另外一种幻象而已。重要的是我们要了解法，然后在了解法的本意之后，再来加以实修，然后从中得到的这个利益，对自己对他人有真实的利益，这才是重要的。否则呢， 我们讲了一个人有一个很高的头衔，那下一步怎么办呢？再下一步怎么样？又怎么样呢？这样一步一步下去，就成为了世俗世间八法的一个束缚了。这样子一来，这个佛法不但对我们没有利益，更是变成迷惘的来源，受苦的因了。我们并不是说要对名誉这些头衔出离，而是要出离我们对他们的这种执着。如果这样子来做呢，有的这个头衔，有的这个名分，这个名位也是好的，因为有的时候你可以应用你有的头衔、你的名位呢，来做一些对别人有益的事情，来促进和平啦，彼此之间修行这种和谐的法，那这一些来修法，这样子才是让佛法能够真正对我们是有意义的，它是可以促进和平的，可以修持和谐的，让所有的练习修习佛法的人都能够有利益的，而不是说讲说我们要被认证出来什么什么什么等等的，那样不是我们要的。
Lunch time.
Maybe after lunch.
After lunch.
我们午餐后再继续来讨论问题好了。
Now you see how time is precious, you see.
大家现在看到时间有多么珍贵了吧？
There's so much to learn, discuss, you know.
我们有这么多要学，这么多要讨论，可是时间不够了。
See. Now we say, first take a deep breath.
首先，大家先深吸一口气，
And just relax
然后
yourself.
再放松吐气，
And then just refresh in your mind.
在心中来反思刚刚所讲的。
So this morning, regarding our discussions on the karma and this 8 worldly concern, just reflect what they make sense. If you find they're useful, it makes sense, then you just refresh again. So I will follow and practice them for my own mental peace, for my own benefit. From there, then I will have some quality, ability to help others.
今天早上所讲的因果的道理，还有世间八法的，有哪一些是对我来讲是有能够理解并且有益的呢？那如果是能够这样子的话，就继续这样往这边修行下去，并且以此来利益其他的众生。
Then we please say the dedication prayers.
因此，我们在祈请回向文。
Sunandaya damje sepa nye tomna nye pe dana pamse de jega namche balong rupa ye sipe zon dowa hyo sanjo senjo rinpoche maje pana jidya jipa nyamba mepa yang kone kondo pe warai yo.
Please take a deep breath.
大家深吸一口气，
And exhale.
再吐气。
Then we say this refuge prayer as a refresh our motivation. In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached.
by the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings.
So this is what we say, the refuge prayers, So I take refuge in the Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha until I become Buddha. That is our aspiration. That so until I attain, until I reach Buddha. So that's our the total objective goal, the purpose of our interest in the study and practice the Dhamma. The Buddha nature, that what we have, just to reveal that, just to see that, just to precisely realize that. So then I take refuge in the Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha. The reason because that state, which is free from all the obscurations, is a state where it's pervasive, nothing but total luminous, clear. There's nothing to hope. There's nothing to fear. Because free from the hope and fear, we are totally free from all the suffering. So that's our project or the object, projection or object. Then next, see, by the practice or by the merit of generosity and other good deeds, means rest of the 6 paramita, generosity, moral ethics, patience or calm, forbearance, and perseverance or joyous effort, meditative concentration or the equipoise, total equipoise state, and the wisdom awareness. These are the actual action which allow us to reach to that enlightened state. These 6, say, each and every that steps when we take, then that gives us opportunity to break through all the predicament we face, purifies all the cause of suffering. So that is the journey we go through. And then what we desire for, that will allow us to achieve that. That's why these practices are essential.
我们在一开始的时候皈依发心，我们讲到直至正得菩提佛果，为了其他众生能够得利来学习佛法，取得正悟，彰显我们的佛性，那么并且来皈依佛法及僧众，让我们在修行过程中能够免除一切的障碍，能够证到完完全全、清清楚楚、明明朗朗的远离一切痛苦的境界，它是没有投射或没有主观的苦， 透过布施以及其他功德，也就是6度的安忍、持戒、精进、禅定的，最后到般若等等，透过这些的修行的这个实修的行为，让我们能够达到证悟。这些都是给我们机会来净化我们所有的受苦之因。这也是我们在修行的道路上要进入的这个过程。
Now this afternoon, we read the verse number 33, page 165 here. Said the 3 jewels are like the sphere of the sun. Their compassion is impartial and unfailing. Take refuge from the bottom of your heart. This is my heart's advice. So now this is because this last few days, like we went through from this book, this suffering of the samsara and impermanence of all phenomena, and then the cause, the karma, virtue and non-virtues as well. We have touched on the subject of the precious human life, which has 18 great qualities, which are difficult to obtain. So by studying these and contemplating on these, then which allow us why we need to study and practice the precious Dharma teachings. And so to go step by step this. So first we look at the so which can give us total opportunity to sort out all this cause of suffering, cause of happiness. So the 3 jewels, Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. The reason because, as just I mentioned a few times, in the samsara, from beginner's time until now, we took refuge in the delusion. We took refuge in the wrong object. So we took refuge in ignorance. We took refuge in the ignorance, anger, attachment, pride, and jealousy, so forth, which within in us, and then they happily dominate our all this territory in the mind, and then they navigate our ways, do this, do that, do this, and we are so obedient in their leadership, and then we suffer helplessly. So we are enslaved by them. So life after life, life after life, we suffer so much because of this. So now, say, when we meet these precious Dharma teachings, helps us know what is real refuge means. So here, now I read this here brief, First you translate that. Okay.
今天下午我们从第33季来讲绝不动摇的3件事，中文本第204页。三宝可比日之耀，大悲不偏不虚狂，自心归依佛法生，此乃无心成智见。我们透过佛法，我们了解在过去几天呢，我们讲到的不同的道理，佛法里面的一些道理，包括了无常、因果业力、善不善， 以及暇满的人生，包括八有暇10圆满的人生。有的今天有的这个人生，能够让我们能够修习这么珍贵的这个佛陀的这个法教，一步一步的来修行，这也给我们很多的机会来把事情给弄清楚。这个三宝是我们要归向依止的这个对象。从无始以来，我们可能皈依的对象是错误的，我们是皈依的贪嗔痴、骄慢跟嫉妒等等。那我们的心往这个错误的方向去皈依，而没有把我们的内心转向佛法，这样子一来，变成盲目的跟随我们内心的这种烦恼，各种烦恼而世的受苦。今天我们植育的这么珍贵的法教，这个佛陀的法教之后，我们有机会能够把它弄对弄清楚。
The three jewels are the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. In Sanskrit, they are called Ratna, which gives the joy. Ratna means which gives the joy. That joy of the enlightenment. So the precious jewel that brings the joy, sphere of the sun. The sphere of the sun means a metaphor for something that is complete, all-pervading, and unfailing. That dispels darkness, shines impartially on all. So sphere, because the sun is the complete remedy to this dispelling all the darkness. When the sun rises, then you see it brings the heat and cause to grow our crops. Let grow all the tree, grass. And it's impartial. Its sun shines the highest mountain to the down, everywhere. See, it's completely impartial. To the clean place, to the unclean place, to the forest, to the desert, everywhere. So that Buddha's wisdom, compassion, and the activities manifest to all the sentient beings, to the Bodhisattvas on the 10th bhumi, to the sentient beings, even smallest insect. There's no any partial, there's no judgment, there's no prejudice. So that is the reality, nature of the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. So see that, and impartial on all. The Buddha, Dharma, Sangha have completed and perfect qualities and possess every ability to dispel suffering and bestow blessings on all sentient beings. See, they say, Buddha's wisdom rich to all the knowledge, to all the knowledge, means Buddha knows everything. And Buddha's compassion is rich to the every sentient beings. And the ability is that which means activities can dispel all obstacles and cause to attain to complete Buddhahood. So first see that it is very important we identify as a Buddhist. It's not exaggeration. It is the way it functions, way it abides.
这个我们知道，日光当它照下来的时候，它是没有什么偏颇的，从高山一直到森林，包括沙漠，一切处都能够照耀，并不是说我只照这里，不照那里。佛陀的智慧，佛陀的悲心也是一样，遍照一切众生。从一地到十地的菩萨，一切的众生，甚至最小的昆虫都一样，没有任何的偏义、偏心、批评或者是偏见。佛的智慧是遍知一切的，他的悲心是遍满一切众生，他事业也是到达一切的形式，克服一切的障碍。身为佛教徒，我们应该要能够这样子的能够体认，这个是很重要的。那这是一个很正确的一个看法。
Buddha means one who is fully enlightened. In other words, a Buddha has fully awakened from the sleep of delusion. He is free from all obscurations, both gross and subtle, and has revealed the true intrinsic wisdom, awareness, this two, knowing as it is and knowing everything. It's called all-knowingness. Buddhahood is the spontaneously established, uncompounded nature that does not depend on any other conditions. A Buddha has perfect wisdom, has perfectly accomplished the nature of compassion, and has every ability to manifest all excellent activities. There are many Buddhas in the past, present, and future. In fact, there are as many Buddha as there are particles of dust. Basically, in terms, Buddha refers to anyone whose mind is fully awakened and who is free from all suffering and its causes. When we point to Buddha Shakyamuni as a Buddha, he is an example of this. A Buddha has 4 forms, all of which emanate from that Dharmakaya, from perfect enlightenment. So here we say, this is a Buddha, the statue. No? These are just what's called figure, that which reminds us. No, Buddha is our own mind. See, this outside painting, statues, those are just reminding as a Buddha. No. Buddhist is actually the Dharmakaya. No. Dharmakaya is perfection of the practice of the Dharma, fully perfected at the Dharma study and practice. That's called Dharma and Kaya. So now, Dharma, and that all excellent qualities are fully established. That's called Dharma Kaya. It's the mind who established that state. That's the Buddha. And that is the perfection of the Sangha. The Sangha which practiced step by step and fully perfected all the way towards the attain Buddhahood is the Sangha. So Buddha is the embodiment of Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. Understood? So that's the Buddha. That's the way we ultimate refuge we take in. See, the statue is just reminding. It's just reminding. Say this is Buddha. Say, so that's why you can find statue different. No, say some are better than others. Say little different style. So it depends where it's made. So it's a culture oriented. So, but Buddha is universal, beyond all the cultures. That's the Buddha. So, from that state, then Buddha manifests infinite way, as many as dust particle of the universe, beyond our measurement, beyond our ability to understand, infinite. So here, as I just mentioned, Buddha said, the four kayas manifest from Buddha.
三宝指的是佛宝、法宝以及僧宝。梵文当中，他们称为宝，主要是说他们能够为我们带来喜悦的珍宝。那么日之耀是象征究竟，周圆遍布不虚狂的事，能够驱除黑暗，普照十方。佛法僧因为具备究竟圆满的德性和所有为众生拔苦与乐的力量，所以以日跟宝来做比喻。佛或者是佛陀是指彻底得正觉的有情。换言之，佛已自妄见的沉睡中完全觉醒，以离一切粗细障碍而得自在，并且真俗二本质的洞察力已得显。佛是本自具足，不假外求的。那么在这个我们的三宝，佛之具有一切智，具了两本智。那我们一般来看到，在世间上看到的佛像，它是一种象征，是提醒我们这个佛的。那这是外在的一种代表。佛陀的法身，佛是代表法身的，它是圆满一切佛法的修习及实修的。那么它包含了法跟身，是远离一切的本自具足，不假外求的。那么当他的心到达此，这是属于法。那僧伽呢？三宝的僧伽就是一步一步如此修的行者。佛陀是我们最就近皈依的地方跟对象，佛像就是时时在提醒我们。那因为它只是一个表法提醒我们的，所以在不同的地方你们会看到不同形态相状的佛像，有好有坏，或者是说在不同的文化会有不同的相貌出来。那么佛陀他具足四身、法报化以及法界体性身等。那么这是他的成就，是远离我们所世间的人的智慧所可以想象或者是可以测量的那个境界。
Now, from this, generally we are known as the four forms. So from this first Nirmanakaya we have here. Nirmanakaya is Buddha who has emanated in a physical form, and Nirmanakaya can emanate anywhere as anything animate or inanimate as a human being, a superhuman being like Buddha Shakyamuni, an animal like a rabbit and so forth, or even a bridge, see, if necessary, which helps sentient beings. For example, when we see in Asanga's life story that Buddha Maitreya, so we say Buddha Maitreya, or we can also count as a Bodhisattva Maitreya. So next who's coming now, from that point of view, is Buddha Maitreya. Right now, act as a Bodhisattva. So Buddha Maitreya emanated as a dog covering with maggots in order to create the condition through which, Asanga might gain an opportunity to see him. You know his story of this? See, So, like that, Buddha, the Maitreya, before even make a dog, Buddha showed as like a rock, huge rock, worn by the dripping water. And what the rock is made smooth by the pigeon's feather. And then emanated as an old man who's wrapping big metal, try to make a needle from that. So through these steps, you see, finally then showing the maggot dog. So the Asanga, step by step, progress his practice. Finally, then showing Maitreya in front of Asanga with brilliant light, showing all the marks, major and minor marks. So at that time, when Asanga cried, "You have no compassion. I went through such great hardship for 12 years. You didn't show me anything." And Maitreya said, "It's not true. As soon as when you came to in the cave, I was there for the first day until now." So he explained all the step by step. So we don't realize Buddha's blessings, manifestations, activities. So there are so many opportunities there, but we always miss. See, in reality, a Buddha's manifestations cannot be measured as they are infinite.
化身呢，或者是尼玛那卡亚，是具备物质色身的佛。化身能以任何有情或者是非有情的样子处处显现，是需求变成人、动子，比如说动物，或者是比如说兔子这样子，甚或者是一座桥。在过去无着菩萨的传记当中，弥勒菩萨为了使无着菩萨有机缘见到自己，他化身为浑身是蛆的狗。这个故事你们有听过吗？那么事实上，佛的化显是不可测量，因为无量无边的。那这个故事呢，我想很多人有听过。在这个无着菩萨在修行的过程当中呢，他要祈求见到弥勒菩萨，但是始终没有这个机缘见到弥勒菩萨。那可是在他修行的过程当中，弥勒菩萨也化现，在不同的阶段化现出不同的化身出现。比如说有一个老人在那边把一个铁块要把它磨成针这样子， 但是这个无着菩萨都没有见到，一直到最后他变成就是身体遍满这个长了蛆的这个狗，他才终于因为他的修行一步一步的一个阶段一阶段的进步，那么最后他在这个阶段才看到这个弥勒菩萨的显现，真身的显现，光芒万丈，相好圆满。在他见到弥勒菩萨的时候，这个无着菩萨就很哀怨的跟他讲说，你实在是真不慈悲，我跟你祈求的12年，想要见你都没有办法见到你，你都不显现。那弥勒菩萨告诉这个无着菩萨说，这是错误的一个见解。当你进入到山洞修行的第一天，我就一直陪到你身边，一直到今天为止。所以对于佛的化身的显现，我们常常不知道，或者是不了解佛陀的加持，或者是他用各种的形式来显化，并不是说佛陀没有以各种的化身来显现，来在我们身边的。
Then number 2, the Sambhogakaya. So Sambhogakaya is the expression of the complete, perfect manifestation of the Buddha's excellent, infinite qualities, called the enjoyment body, splendid and glorious. All the Buddhas appeared and manifest in the limitless Buddha's field in this form. They are not crowded there, nor are they smaller. The Sambhogakaya is inconceivable and beyond ordinary thoughts or measurement. Yet the great Bodhisattva who are highly accomplished in their realization can perceive this form from the first bhumi to the 10th bhumi. Because of Buddha's Sambhogakaya's inconceivable qualities that manifest from that Buddha, the Bodhisattvas, even the 10th bhumi, are inspired to attain Buddhahood. See? So, the Sambhogakaya has limitless speech that is harmonious and melodious and suits the mind of all sentient beings. The Nirmanakaya and Sambhogakaya manifest to benefit all sentient beings through undefiled, all-pervasive compassion. So see, Buddha and sentient beings are connected through the compassion. The compassion is the one which makes the connection. Somebody who is very intellectual, very expressive, but if has little compassion, people don't pay attention so much. No. But those who have great compassion, willing to help, then people are connected. You see. So as Milarepa said, I am a practitioner in the cave with a great ascetic life and the devotion of the sentient beings. It makes, this is the devotion of the sentient beings. That the connection is made by the compassion. So compassion is the essence. So we develop such strong devotion like say Milarepa, because he went through all this great hardship, not just for himself, but to exercise the Dharma teaching that Buddha taught for the benefit of all sentient beings. You see, if you have read his life story, first when his sister met Milarepa, she was frustrated and just telling Milarepa, we are the worst people in the world. You are in the cave, nothing, no food, no clothes, and I'm your sister begging on the road. I have nothing to offer to you. You have nothing to give to me. What we are doing, I haven't seen any great practitioners like you who are starving to death, Milarepa said, listen, sister, to me. I'm doing this not because I am not successful, all these other things. I'm practicing Dharma to pay the kindness of all the sentient beings. To repay the kindness of all sentient beings. And through this, my journey, so definitely life will be joyful, no doubt. So the compassion, his rigorous, without any hesitation, fear. He did this out of great respect to the Dharma, his teacher, and compassion to all the sentient beings. Because of the result of that, see, anyone who reads Milarepa's life story, just it touch your heart. Even he says one word, it means so much. It's because of not just only wisdom, but his great altruistic, indomitable courage of the compassion that he actualized and that pervades, So that's why it's all-pervading compassion. So we also follow the footsteps of the Buddha and put emphasis our study, practice of compassion. Compassion without any kind of call, hope, and fear, without any expectation. Just practice.
第二个身是报身，三波嘎卡呀，它是佛无量圣德的究竟圆满体现，又叫受用身，它是灿烂辉煌，享有荣耀。无量诸佛国土中，一切诸佛都以此身现于其间。佛虽然不可生计，但报身的显现极不拥挤，也不细小。报身不可思议，超越凡心或世间的测度，但是有高度正量的大菩萨能够见到。同时，报身有无限的善妙法语，平和悦耳，随顺一切众生。那么，不管这个报身呢，在一地跟十地菩萨都可以见得到，即使是十地的菩萨见到佛陀的报身，都能够受到他的激励而感动，来继续修行。他是充满了无量的悲心的。这个一个人呢，有些人他是非常聪明的，而且他也是能言善道的。可是如果是这个人是没有悲心做出发点的话，别人就不见得会听他所讲的话。可是相反的，如果说一个人是充满了悲心的，他讲什么别人都会愿意听的。 在过去我们看到弥勒日巴祖师他修行的这个日志里面他有讲到说，我是一个在荒山野外一个洞穴中修行的一个行者，我为了要回报众生的慈悲呢，来这边修行。那修行的本质的最重要的这个要点呢，中心要点是悲心。我们对弥勒日巴是充满前进的心，因为他在这个一辈子当中充满的这个艰辛，为了一切的众生这样来修行。在记载弥勒日巴祖师的故事的这个的书籍里面有讲到他的姐妹，他有一个姐妹呢，在那一辈子也是非常的辛苦。那这样子下来呢，他就觉得挫折感非常的大，他就跟弥勒日巴讲说，我们两个真的是这个世界上最悲惨的人啊！你呢是在一个洞穴中、山洞中修行的人，没有任何的东西，也没有任何的食物，而我是在路边行乞的乞丐。你没有任何的东西，我也没有任何的东西可以供养你，你没有东西可以给我。他就这样子对弥勒日巴祖师讲。那弥勒日巴跟他的回答，他的姐妹说，我不是像你这样子的，我在这边修行是因为我为了回报一切众生而来此修行，以此之故，我内心是充满了喜悦，没有任何的一点疑惑，我对法有极大的敬仰。当我们看到弥勒日巴祖师的故事本身的故事的时候，我们常常能够受到极大的感动跟震撼，因为他的一句话就有很多的含义，并且能够撼动我们。这都是因为他出自于大悲心的言辞。所以我们在修行的路程过程当中，也是跟随着佛陀的脚步来长养我们的悲心。在修行的过程中对外界也没有任何的一个期望。
It was since this connected to the compassion. Sometimes people they didn't get real what means practice of compassion. So if you say, I have compassion to you, say, oh, you don't need compassion on me. So it's kind of looking down to somebody else. Here, compassion means courage. It's mind of peace based on wisdom and understand the causality. And then it's that compassion comes. It's not just a sympathy. No. It's fearlessness. Look at as we have just talked about the Maitreya, when he saw the dog full of maggots there. No. His mind was totally now in the dimension of the compassion. Because the dog, even though the dog is full of maggots, still barking at him. So he saw the dog, even though so much suffering is there, but doesn't allow, no, just suffering. But because of in the mind, the anger caused to bark, no, barking at him. So looking at the suffering and at the anger, hatred, such great compassion rose in his mind. No any fear, no fear to exchange himself with the dog. No. So then he was thinking what I should do to help this dog. So I need to clean the maggots from the dog. But then he was thinking, by cleaning, taking out the maggots, the dog will be helped. But then what about all the maggots? They are also sentient beings. No? So, the solutions. So he need to cut piece of flesh from his body to help the maggot as well. So to do that, there was no fear, no any fear, reservation. He was fully ready to help that. So because of that, he could cut piece of flesh from his body and picked up the maggots from the dog and put on his flesh. So that caused to purify all the rest of the obscuration, which prevents him to see Maitreya. So practice of that compassion is not just being, just smiling, oh nice, not that. It's courage, fearlessness, without mistake, without harming. See, likewise, Lord Jigten Sumgun, Deva Jigten Sumgun, when he was doing his retreat for 7 years, at the end of the last year, in the 7th year, then he got sick. So all the rest of his karmas on the surface. So when he got such sick, first he was thinking, he was sick of the leprosy, So what should I do? I'm disgrace of my great teacher. I'm the disgrace all my Dharma brothers. But then he was thinking of all the sentient beings. Even I die with this sickness, I have such a precious Dharma teaching, with which I can be free from the samsara. But what are the rest of the sentient beings in the samsara, who has no protector? They're suffering helplessly. So then tears built in his eyes, so that he continued that compassion in his mind. Totally, he was fully dominated by that undefiled compassion. And just continued in that. So by the power of that, all his sickness went now purified. No, he was healed totally and achieved enlightenment. Right at the moment they said, then, now I purify, within this time, I purify all the rest of my obscurations. Now I realize the nature of the teachings of the interdependence, the outer interdependence, inner interdependence, secret interdependence, the ultimate interdependence. I reveal all the Vajrayana Tantra teachings. Now there's no gap or pause, there's no gap, pause and meditation session in the luminosity, means in the Dhammakaya. So that's the compassion practice. It's not just for your own interest, but the interest of all the sentient beings. Practice that. So we always put emphasis on these teachings. They are the teachings of the Buddha. As yesterday mentioned, we do have compassion, But those are just partial, so built. So then when you have that, so sometimes we call obstacles, or sometimes we call there are some demons coming to me, or some they do the black magic, spelling on me, So there was a lot of complaints there also as well, So those times, the compassion is the best protection. See, instead of wrathful deity mantra recitation, If you have the compassion such, then there's no fear, because it's a courage. Not courage built by the delusions, arrogance, but built on the base of wisdom, compassion. See, it is the source of fearlessness, source of peace, source of serenity. So that Buddha built that. Because of that, Buddha's emanation, activities, no limit until the end of samsara.
那么我们讲到悲心的时候，这个并不是一般在我们世间上讲的这种小慈小悲的，比如说我对你有悲心，那我们这样讲的时候，有些人可能会觉得你就不必了。在这边悲心特别指的是一种勇气，是一种内心的平静，是根基在一种智慧跟对因果业力的了解而展现出来一个充满了勇气，没有任何畏惧的这种悲心。比如说在刚刚讲的这个无着菩萨以及弥勒菩萨之间的故事，当无着菩萨看到长满这个在狗的腿上长满了蛆，他看了之后充满了悲心。那看到的，在他心中发起无量的这个悲心，因为有这样的悲心，所以他就没有任何的恐惧，所以他的心想：我要怎么办呢？那我应该把这些蛆把它清除掉。他下一念头又想到：好，我现在把蛆给清除掉了，从狗的身上把它拿掉，可是这些蛆怎么办呢？他们就没有东西吃了，所以他就从自己的身体上削下一块肉，来把这些蛆放在他身上削下来的肉来喂食他们。这是一种无惧的一种行为，然后他这种悲心能够帮助净化一切的障碍，在这样之后，他才能够真正的见到弥勒菩萨。这种悲心是无误的、无害的。那我们在这个我们教派的祖师吉天松公祖师里面的他的故事也有提到类似的一种情况，也就是他有一次在闭关闭了7年，做了7年的闭关，在最后1年的时候，他突然生病了，而且得的是麻风病，所以他内心就非常的纠结，认为说他自己愧对他自己的上师，及愧对一些法友，修行这么不精进，这么不好，才会得这个病。可是他同时又意念到一切的众生，他心里想，即使我生这个麻风病没有药可以医，那我即使就这样子死去了，我还有佛法可以保护我。可是众生怎么办呢？有这么多的众生，他们都不知道佛法，也没有办法获得保护。想到这里，他升起无量的这种悲心，就流下眼泪来。 那这个由无量的悲心流下来的眼泪，流到他身体的不同的地方，他就净化了他的身体，而得到的这个证悟。他在这个之后，他讲到他自己的境界，他讲到说，在这一次透过这一次的事件呢，他已经彻底净化了一切的一些障碍，并且证到外内密一究竟的这种境界，了解的所有金刚乘的法教，并且能够安住在明性之中的不断的禅定当中。那一般人，我们虽然有悲心，但是是不完整的。比如说，当我们在生活上遇到障碍的时候，我们常常会讲说啊，那这是因为有邪魔啊，中邪了啊，有邪魔在那边阻挠啦，或者是说妖术在那边捣蛋啊。那么我们是不是在这个时候来用愤怒尊修愤怒尊，把他们这些赶走呢？其实在这个时候最好的保护的方法就是我们的悲心。只要我们有悲心的时候，我们就没有恐惧，因为悲心是代表的是勇气，它并不是一种匹夫盲目的勇气，而是来自于智慧的勇气，带有和平安定之源的勇气，这样子的力量。
In the Khenchen text, Jesus mentioned, the magnificent bodhicitta is the supreme protection. The highest protection we can get through the study and practice of bodhicitta. And then all the wrathful deities, yidams, are the manifestation of that compassion and wisdom. So we should have that kind of different types of wrathful deities there. Their nature is bodhicitta, compassion, wisdom. So we should have that kind of our understanding.
在吉田松光祖师所讲的《共齐》或者是《一义》这本书里面有讲到说，最殊胜的菩提心是我们最高的这种保护，它也是最高的修行的法门。一切愤怒尊及护法都是这个悲心还有智慧的这种显现，也就是菩提心、悲心跟智慧的显现。
Now number 3, Dhammakaya. Dhammakaya is one's own perfection, fully free from all the delusions and suffering. It is infinite and transcends all boundaries. We cannot see it with physical eyes or touch it with the hand. Yet it is the basis of all excellent, infinite qualities of Buddha, like say 10 strength, 4 fearlessnesses, and 18 unmixed qualities of Buddha. The boundless, boundless, immeasurable wisdom, primordial awareness, and compassion is the basis of the basis of the manifestation of peace, harmony, and virtue, even in the relative state. All the various forms or bodies of a Buddha emanate from the Dhammakaya.
法身 Dhammakaya 是彻底离诸妄见和苦的圆满体性， 体性无量，超越一切边际，不可以肉眼视之，也无法触碰，是无量无边之智、本觉及悲心等无量圣德及根基，也是熟地的安和与善根得显的根本，包括了佛的实力、18功德等等。
There's no number for saw Vibhakaya. It's the invisible nature of the other three forms. In other words, inseparable of all these three. Saw Vibhakaya. In other words, the emptiness nature of the body is Dhammakaya. From that, the unceasing manifestation of all the form is Nirmanakaya. And the inseparability of these two is Sambhogakaya. The Nirmanakaya and the Sambhogakaya together are known as the Rupakaya. The Rupakaya and Dhammakaya are inseparable and are contained within the Vibhakaya. For example, Bodhisattva Muni's wisdom mind is Dhammakaya. His speech is Sambhogakaya, and his body is Nirmanakaya, and their inseparable nature is Vibhakaya. So Buddha Shakyamuni itself is the nature of all this Buddha's excellent nature, body, that is present everywhere, wherever we are. Buddha's presence is there. So we always remind, Buddha is always with me. If you think of the statue, it's in the shrine room. When you go outside, statue is not with you, it's in the shrine, But if you have this awareness, so Buddha's presence is always with me. Wherever you are, Buddha is here with me. Because we took refuge in the Buddha, So you feel how close with Buddha. Buddha's not somewhere out there in the sky, So I'm here in the samsara, inferior. Buddha is somewhere there, It's not that. Buddha is always with us, inseparable. Therefore, the reason, see, Buddha nature is within us. That's the reason, you see.
第四个是自法身，是前面三身得显之本。前三者原不可分，自法身是三身的不可分离体性。换言之，佛身的空性就是法身，由这个空性的法身，一切形色的无止境变现就是化身。而报身是法身、化身两身色空不二的不可分离性。化身跟报身二身合为一，名为色身 Rupakaya。色身跟法身本身是不可分的，又都包含在自法身之中，也就是法界体性身。例如释迦牟尼佛的智慧就是他的心意，就是法身；他的语就是报身；他的色身就是化身。这三身的不可分离性就是自法身。所以世尊是具足一切佛的圆满，充满一切处的，不是像佛像一样在庙里面。如果他是像这个佛像庙中的佛像一样，当你走出去的时候，他不会跟着你跑的。那我们应该有这种了解，我们无论是在何处都是有佛的。那可能有人会有这种错误的了解，说我在这个边轮回受苦，可是佛陀是在天边的。这不是有这样子的分别跟 分离的。我们都有佛性，我们在哪里，佛就在哪里，是无所不在，遍在一切处、一切时的。
Now, next we test. So there's so much you can study, understand about the Buddha. It's just here, just rough, just a small amount is described here. Now, next we touch the Dharma. Dharma means the method to protect the mind from kleshas or mental afflicting emotions. Just to protect our mind from this wrong, the wrongs in the wrong place, in the way our mind is. The mental afflictions. See. Dharma teachings are related to absolute and relative truth. So there are two truths in Dharma. The first truth, first presented by Buddha Shakyamuni as the Four Noble Truths. Just here. Within the Dharma, first Buddha taught the Four Noble Truths. That's what we should say. The truth of suffering, the truth of the origin of suffering, the truth of cessation of suffering, the truth of the path to achieve the cessation. So those we have touched a little bit other days. These four comprise the two truths. The first, the second, and the fourth. First, the truth of suffering. Second, the truth of the origin of suffering. Fourth, the truth of the path to achieve cessation. So these three are included under the relative truth. And the third one is the truth of the cessation of suffering, is absolute truth. The relative truth is a bridge for ordinary beings to use to actualize the absolute truth. Relative truth is also called the truth of path, meaning that it is the method to purify gross and subtle obscurations. The path reveals all the perfect qualities of the Buddha, including great compassion, intrinsic wisdom. The path is ultimate antidote to all mental afflictions without exception. Absolute truth is inconceivable, meaning that cannot be conceptualized by afflicted mind, but it's the result of the truth of the path or relative truth. Non-duality can be preceded by non-duality cannot be preceded by the duality mind. See? Our busy minds cannot conceptualize the ultimate meaning, yet they are inseparable by nature. Without relative truth, there's no absolute truth.
法呢，就是我们只从烦恼中防护自心的这个方法。所谓的烦恼，就是心的冲突。诸法都与二谛，也就是圣义谛跟世俗谛，或者是真谛跟俗谛相关。当初释迦牟尼佛陀所讲的初转法轮所讲的是四圣谛，也就是苦集灭道。苦谛，然后再来是集谛，就是苦的因；灭谛就是苦可以灭，那方法就是道谛，就是灭苦之道。这四个里面由二谛所组成，苦、集、道都是包含在世俗谛当中。第三者灭谛是圣义谛。世俗谛是当凡常的众生用来体现圣义谛的桥梁。世俗谛因为是清净出 跟细两种障碍的道，所以又名道真实。这灭苦之道，皆业佛陀含大悲及本质的一切圆满功德。道是对治所有烦恼的最胜解毒剂，没有任何的例外。圣义谛是不可思议，义指是不能用冲突的心去理解的。就像一个二元对立的心是没有办法理解不二法门，纷扰的心虽然不能意会最胜义，却和究竟体性不可分的。他离开了俗谛，也就没有所谓的真谛可言。
We study Dharma teachings and practice the relative truth in order to experience and realize the absolute truth, enlightenment. Everything that we study and practice is related to the two truths. Right from the beginning, when we start to read the alphabet and count, then later when we recognize the 10 virtues and begin to avoid the 10 non-virtues, we then progress step by step and traverse the 5 paths. The first 4 paths, the path of accumulation, the path of preparation, and the path of incisive insight, and the path of meditation, are related to relative path. The absolute truth, that path of no more learning or the path of perfection, is realized when we achieved Buddhahood. So this is all related to the Dharma.
那么为了证悟真谛，成就正觉，应该学习法教并修持熟谛。一切所修学的都跟这二谛相通，自牙牙学语及数数起，之后的明十善业道而必12，或者是行者依次第循5道前进，在前4道包括资粮位、加行位、见道位以及修道位等，都是跟世俗谛有相关的。而最后的圣义谛，也就是无修位或者是圆满位，则是成就佛果时所证的。
We follow this path with the support of the 3 trainings. The training of Shila or morality, the training of Samadhi, equipoise, meditation, and the training of Prajna, critical insight, awareness. Said here, for example, when we build a house, we need material to make pillar, walls, and ceiling. By combination these conditions, we can build a beautiful house. Likewise, to build the house of enlightenment, these 3 trainings are the crucial raw material. If one of these is missing, the mansion of the enlightenment cannot be built. So all the Dharma practitioners must take care of each of them equally, cherish them in your heart.
我们以3学为基础而循序到次第。3学就是戒、定、慧。就像盖房子的时候，我们必须要有材料才能够建造柱子、墙壁跟天花板等等。结合的这些条件，便能建造一栋漂亮的房子。同理，建筑正觉的宫殿，3学是相关的这种材料，缺一不可。所以，所有佛门的行者必须要平等关照，自心珍惜戒定慧3学。
Now, if I say a few words here, the first said morality is a foundation. So for our lay practitioner, as we talked about, there are like 5 precepts. they are the morality. They make the foundation because they allow us to free from the non-virtuous activities, and protect us from these undesirable conditions, and gives us opportunity to make our mind rest and protected. When the mind is well protected, trained in this morality as a foundation, ground, then there is such great space to achieve the meditative concentration. Mind is well prepared, built, stabilized like a mountain. That mountain cannot be moved by the wind. So when such state of the mind is there, then there's a great opportunity to kindle the light of the wisdom, the incisive, special insight. See? So they are coordinating. Without the one, the other cannot function. So they are interdependent. They are indispensable, interdependent. All these three need to become together. That's called three shiksha, or three trainings. See?
在这边我们稍微讲一下，讲到三学戒定慧三学，首先从戒开始，这是一个基础，包括俗家的五戒等等，这是一种道德的标准，它能够让我们免于造一些不善业，而且持守戒律可以让我们的心能够安住，并且获得保护，就好像打得很好的一个地基，内心也有空间，有比较多的空间。我们的心是已经准备好能够安住如山，而不被动摇的，然后能够长养滋生智慧之光，两者是相辅相成，不可或缺，相互依存的。
Now next is the Sangha. So we have it is I take refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and the third is Sangha. I take refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, the excellent community, or the supreme community. So Sangha means community. That supreme or excellent community. So refer to the community of those who are committed to study and practice the Dharma to achieve enlightenment. See, there are many classifications of Sangha. Sharavaka, in that see, Sharavaka is a Sharavaka hearer, Pratikbuddha, solitary realizer, and the Bodhisattvas who have achieved various stages such as the different path on the 10 bhumis. So that we are all include everyone, the Sharavakas, Pratikbuddhas, Bodhisattvas, all are included in the Sangha. They all have different qualities depending on their accomplishment in the spiritual path. Lay Sangha practitioner keep the 5 precepts and have unshakable confidence in the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Sanghas of monks and nuns are practitioners who take the precept of ordination and committed their lives to Dharma study and practice. These Sanghas are a great example for successful practitioners who are following in the footsteps of the Buddha. They are objects of respect, devotion, inspiration. They are fully dedicated to purifying mental delusions and negative thoughts and to embracing the enlightened attitude. We can take refuge in the Sangha that has actualized the third path and above. Third path is special insight. Those who have achieved incisive, critical insight. In particular, we take refuge in the Sangha consisting of those who are highly accomplished in their realization of the two types of wisdom and are free from samsara. Thus, these three refuge, Buddha, Dharma, Sangha refuges, the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha are the precious and source of all benefits in the world. So we as a Dharma practitioner now see we have very kind of important role and responsibilities. Now we should behave better than other people, See, careful, See, so become practitioner in the Buddha's following step is how to become a better human being, a good example. Which is an inspirational object.
再来讲到生，生或生伽是指发心修学佛法者所成的团体，为了要追求究竟的证悟。生有分成3种：声闻、缘觉或独觉或必之佛。第3个是和已成就不同实地的菩萨或者是五道的菩萨。生宝依据不同的根器的发心的修正而有不同的功德。对于在家的生宝修行者来讲，他们一般持5戒，并且对佛法僧有不可动摇的信心。而出家的生宝，包括比丘跟比丘尼呢，他们是持出家戒，并且发愿进行受修学佛法。他们是追随佛陀足迹的成就者，最佳的典范。我们要对他们敬重、虔诚以待。他们是可以让我们得到启发的对象。生宝以成佛为目标，投身在清净妄见跟恶念的实践当中，现证5道中的第3位，也就是见道位以上，成就的锐利的严密审视的能力，现观的珍宝，是我们可以皈依的对象。特别是具大成就证真俗二谛解脱生死自在的所成的僧团，更应皈依。我们修行者有特别的角色跟责任，是其他一般人的这种表征、楷模跟表率，所以我们必须要更加的注意。
If we as a Dharma practitioner are confused, then to look at this, it's embarrassing, isn't it? So we have to be better, have a more awareness and behave a little better. And then we can help other people, If we are confused and then involve all this negative activities, how we can help others? See?
所以我们来想，如果一个修法的人呢，本身是很迷惘，这不是很囧的一件事吗？我们要自己好，才能够帮助别人来进。可是如果说自己一个修法的人自己进行一些不善行，造一些不善业，这不是不恰当的事吗？
Sometimes you see there's some news coming, Buddhists are fighting, They are corrupted, they are fighting, It's a little embarrassing, isn't it? Say no. So, as I mentioned, even though we are ordinary, unenlightened, we're just beginner. Occasionally we may make mistakes, but still we have such precious Dharma. Really, unimaginable. What a great wisdom is there. What great chance is there. So these are some basic things, you see, are very important to we pay attention. This morning just we read, like say, 10 virtues, 10 non-virtues, all their roles, how they play, and the 8 worldly concerns, like these all just sort out, These are the first very important subject. Touch, yeah. Then from there, we just get a sensitive awareness and then practice step by step.
那么有的时候我们在新闻上有看到佛教徒彼此在争斗，在打架，这不是很让人觉得很不好意思的事情吗？我们现在是初学的凡夫，我们也会犯错，可是我们还是有这么珍贵的法，我们是没有办法想象自己有多少的机会，有多少的智慧在那里，还可以来崛起的。所以我们自己应该要小心的在注意，我们有我们应该做的一些事情，承担的角色，还有关于世间的八法等等，这些都是很重要的议题。我们应该借此许多的机会来提高我们自己的学习跟我们的敏感度，让自己有更多的觉知。
Now here some explanations how precious these 3 jewels, Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. That a wish-granting jewel has these qualities, roughly or briefly. In the world, it's called wish-granting jewel. So that is, it is very rare to find in the world. It's very rare. It is pure by its nature. The jewel is pure by its nature. It has the ability to fulfill the wishes of human beings in its vicinity. It is the peerless ornament of a country which has this wish-granting jewel. Is best wealth among all. It is the supreme wealth among all types of wealth, he says. And it has a nature that never changes. Always it's a wish-granting jewel. So likewise, the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha possess qualities similar to those of a wish-granting jewel. They are rare in samsara. Even though Buddha Dharma is there, but not everybody understands this. That's why it becomes rare. No, see, this is very important. Otherwise, this Buddha is there, Dharma is there, Sangha is there, where it is rare, no. But there very few can understand that. That's cause rare, They have fully purified all the gross and subtle obscurations, as mentioned the Buddha, the Dharma, the teachings. See, they have every ability to bring about temporary and absolute peace and all the excellent qualities. See, if we study, practice this, and follow the Buddha's step, every opportunity is there, no limitation. Sometimes you give you there's unlimited, what you call unlimited. When you buy some phone, unlimited what? Oh,
Guaranteed. Unlimited lifetime warranty.
Not lifetime. Unlimited phone you can call anywhere you like. So, 24 hours, and in 7 days, 24 hours.
24/7.
Yes, like that. Yeah. So it's unlimited. So Buddha Dharma Sangha has that unlimited resource. So see this first. They are the supreme ornament of the world that can create absolute harmony. See, wherever there is Buddha Dharma Sangha, anybody who accepts, practice this, at every opportunity, chance, to bring all the peace, harmony, if we can, They are foremost among sentient beings. They never waver in benefiting sentient beings throughout their wisdom, compassion, and activities. So look at these qualities that give us this kind of great opportunity and remind them. These are explanations. This according to the Uttara Tantra.
三宝是殊胜跟世间一切利益的源泉，有一个寄颂，从宝性论那边有提出来：如意宝者亦云何？极其难寻于世间，自性清净为其体，周边人得满所愿，是为国中无上宝，一切财中最胜财，恒常不变为其职。三宝就像如意宝一样，可以满我们一切的愿。同理的，娑婆三宝甚稀有，究竟清净出系障，这边指的是佛陀，清净一切的出的跟维系的障碍，真俗安宁具利德，即以世出世圣德，究竟和谐营造者。这个究竟指的是无时无刻全年无休的，可以利益我们。无上言事之于世，亦为诸有情上首，悲智事业益众生，永不动憾是三宝，无时无刻不是在给予众生，全年无休。
So these some others advices, see how we take refuge in the Buddha or the Buddha Dhamma Sangha. On the basis of the four foundation, as we discuss about precious human life, impermanence of all composite phenomena, and suffering of every sentient beings, and the role of the virtue and non-virtuous karma, activities. So these are four foundation. Understand that these three Buddha Dhammas and the Sangha are the unfailing and compassionate refuge. So from the bottom of your heart, take refuge in them. In particular, the Buddha has unconditional compassion for all sentient beings. Buddha's compassion and wisdom reach every sentient being without exception. In the Buddha's mind, there is no discrimination at all, not even between human beings and non-human beings. He cultivated loving kindness impartially. The Buddha's blessings are not greater for high lamas and are no less for ordinary beings, even for small insects. We may hear that such and such a lama or guru has had a vision of the Buddha. So we may think that Buddha is closer to them and farther away from us. So this is not true. We should feel complete confidence that the Buddha is impartial and unfailing. The sun shines impartially on the high mountain and in the low, narrow valley. The sun can be reflected in the thousands of pools without exception. In the same way, the blessing of the three jewels reach all sentient beings equally.
在释迦行的基础之上，我们理解佛法僧三宝是不虚狂、具足悲心的依归，所以我们要至心恳切地来皈依三宝。佛为了一切众生而发悲心，无可限量，因此又以佛宝为最。佛的悲智遍于一切众生，没有例外。佛心之于众生，即使对人与非人都毫无分别，没有偏私的。像阳光一样无私地遍照高山与峡谷，也像千江有水千江月一样无有例外。同理，三宝加持力平等触及一切众生，毫无分别。
If we make an effort, excuse me, oh, for break? Okay, sorry. 我将就三座人波切马杰巴南杰吉罗切杰巴娘巴梅巴，公呢公多陪我来说。Thank you. 15 minutes.
我们大家
Om Banza Sato Samaya Mano Balaya Banzara Sato Denoba Desha Detome Sudo Kayo Membawa Subu Kayo Membawa Anorato Membawa Sarwa Sete Sarwa Karma Suzame Setan Shriya Guru Hong Ha 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 Ho Sarva Tadanga Bantra Mame Montam Banzembawa Ma Samaya Satwa. Now we'll continue. If we make an effort, the Buddha's support is always there. Buddha's impartial nature is real for all sentient beings. This explains why Dharma is not reserved just for monks and nuns, but can be practiced by any ordinary beings. Dharma teaches us how to be free from universal suffering. Wherever there is a chance to help, the Buddha is unfailing there. When we are in hot weather and are touched by the cool breeze, we can feel that this is the Buddha's refreshing blessing. When it's cold and we feel a touch of heat-giving sunshine, that also is the Buddha's unfailing blessing activity. The blessing of Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha are
co-imagined with our inspiration to be free from suffering and to take refuge. Both are necessary for the perfect results. Means interdependent, interconnected. Buddha's blessing alone is not enough. Our inspiration alone is not enough. Both should be met. So we know that the samsara is confusion and suffering, and we want to free of that state, but we don't know how. Thus, we need a guide who can give us the complete method, who can show us the way to become totally free from all our delusions. For this, we turn to refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. So say we should not take refuge in the worldly beings. Some says in the mountain there are some powerful entities. In the rocks there are some powerful entities. We don't take refuge in them. No? So now, okay.
如果精进，则佛的护持持续长存。佛是不偏袒任何众生的体性，真实不虚。这个佛法教导我们从无边苦恼中解脱的方法。如果有任何机缘，就能够得到佛不虚诳的护持。当我们在酷暑的时候，忽然清风拂面，这就是佛的清凉加持。当我们在严寒忽然的时候，忽然阳光照处，也是佛的不虚诳加持事业。如果想要离苦以及皈依的时候，佛法生的加持也就同时升起了。所以说，离苦之愿与皈依是获得圆满加持的要件。知道轮回的本质是困惑和苦，并且想从中获得解脱，但不知道如何进行，所以需要有向导，以传授完整的法门，指引道路，使我们彻底解脱妄见。因此，皈依佛法僧三宝。我们皈依是要皈依三宝，而不是世间的神奇。
These are the benefits of taking refuge. One becomes a Buddhist and gains every opportunity to study and practice the precious Dharma. So once become Buddhist means like when you take refuge, then you can open your heart, and then that because you open your heart, then so all the study practice that you are willing to do, there's no reservation. That's why it's a skillful method. Refuge becomes the foundation to receive all other vows, eliminates the path of liberation. When you take refuge, then it becomes the foundation to take the Patimokkha's vow, like lay precept, monks and nuns precept. And then one can receive the Bodhisattva's vow as well, receive the Vajrayana's empowerment. Refuge purifies, dispels all obscurations without exception, in the same way that water washes away impurity. Harm from human and non-harm beings becomes powerless. Refuge is not merely intellectual, rather refuge involves one's whole being. Buddha is the body of purification of all the obscurations. Dharma is the method to purify obscurations. Sangha is the company, a guide in which one practices the Dharma. So when one takes refuge in the three jewels and practices the Dharma, obscurations cannot function, just as darkness fades when the sun rises. One accomplishes all that one desires. For example, one can accomplish the perfection of the intrinsic pure nature of wisdom
one can effortlessly manifest peace, happiness, fame, and wealth, and can ultimately attain Buddhahood. Meanwhile, one will be reborn in the God and human realms. Through taking refuge, all the qualities, the wisdom and compassion will infinitely increase. By taking refuge in the three jewels, one quickly attains Buddhahood. The study and practice of Dharma, step by step, purifies all obscurations without exception and eventually leads to the final goal. When we practice properly and sincerely, we will not be reborn in the lower realms. Okay.
皈依之后有许许多多的利益，包括成为佛子之后可以获得一切修学珍贵佛法的缘。皈依是受持一切其他戒律之本，能够帮助我们明白解脱之道。就像水可以洗去任何污垢一般，皈依能够彻底清净，遣除一切障碍。来自人或非人的损害力会变弱，它不只是限于知性层次，它的力量是遍及皈依者的一切。另外，佛是尽一切障之体，法是尽障之用，僧为修法之良伴。所以皈依三宝修行，就像旭日初升，黑暗即退般，诸障不能碍，还有可以圆满一切所愿。弟子可以圆满体性现智慧之本具净性，能够能无为而成办安乐，能够就近成就佛果。在没有就近成佛之前，弟子也能够生于人天善道。皈依之后，悲智的一切功德可无量增长，并且能够依着次第修习佛法，彻底清净一切障碍，并终究导入成佛的最后目标，迅速成就佛果。如果说能够如理如法诚挚修行，则能够不堕恶趣。我们受戒呢，一开始从这个声闻缘觉乘的别解脱戒到比丘比丘戒，一直到最后的菩萨戒，这样子的这个次第。
The following story illustrates this point, means the beneficial effects and how much we can get benefit from taking refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. So there's just one story, nice story. Norbu is the name of a god in the 33 realm. So Norbu was a powerful divinity, a leader among the gods. He played in the garden of the god realm of the 33, where he was surrounded by many sons and daughters of the other gods. A pleasant fragrance radiated from his body, and his ornaments were always fresh. The others could not bear to be parted from him. They all want to be with him. They were so absorbed in their pleasure that the 100 years passed by in a short moment. Even 100 years pass. It just feels very short. You see, that's what time is. What's called relative. No, when you have such a wonderful time, you feel very short. When there's a big pain, even short makes you feel so long. No, that's what it's saying here. Unexpectedly, bad omens began to appear on Norbu's body. His flowers and ornaments faded, and a foul smell arose from his body. He became displeased with his seed. The god's sons and daughters noticed this and abandoned him. Norbu reflected and wondered, what's happening to me? Since the gods have partial clairvoyance, he looked at the situation and discovered that all the virtues and good karmas that he had created in the past had been consumed and exhausted. Busy with the enjoyment, he had accumulated no new merit in his lifetime. He then looked for where he would be reborn after death, and saw that he would be conceived as a pig in a huge mud puddle. His anticipation of this fate caused him intolerable suffering, heartbreaking. Norbu went to Indra, the king of the god, and asked for protection from that awful rebirth. But Indra said, I have no ability to assist you. You should go to the Buddha for help. In a flash, Norbu appeared in front of the Buddha and met his request in a sincere and desperate way. So, prostrating, he asked for protection from rebirth in the lower realms. Buddha advised, take refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, and gave him a refuge ordination and instruction in meditation. Norbu practiced sincerely with a one-pointed mind. Immediately after death, Norbu was reborn as the king of the Brahma realm, higher. Indra began to wonder where that son of the god, Norbu, had been reborn. So he asked the Buddha. The Buddha told him to search in the Brahma realm, because Norbu had been born there as a king. When Indra saw that this was true, he was astonished at the extraordinary power of taking refuge, and he sang this praise. The one who took refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha, though he was destined to be born in the lower realm, he was born in another God realm instead, because he took refuge well here in the God realm. How magnificent, how wonderful are the power and the blessing of refuge.
接下来在这边跟大家讲一个故事，来阐明这个皈依三宝的大利跟利益。过去有一个非常有大利的天人叫做诺布。那诺布他是天人里面的佼佼者，他在欲界的33天里面花园中嬉戏，被许许多多的天男天女所围绕。因为他身体散放出愉悦的芬芳，花冠等装饰都非常的鲜美，所以在围绕着诺布身边的徒众都难以自拔，他们沉湎于欢乐之中不能自已。100年的岁月稍纵即逝。这个就好像时间是相对的，当我们欢乐的时候是觉得时间很短，痛苦的时候时间往往觉得非常的漫长。不料诺布的身体在这样子稍纵即逝的100年岁月之后呢，身体渐渐出现恶兆，他头顶的花冠慢慢凋零了，身体也发出臭味，逐渐不能安坐在天人的宝座之上。这些天众的男女觉察到了这些现象，便弃他而去。诺布这个时候就反省，我到底怎么了？因为天人还有些天眼通，所以他观察自身的处境，便发现他过去累积的功德善业已经耗尽。由于忙着享乐，此世也没有多累积功德。接着在观察死后要投生到何处，竟然发现他要生在一个大泥沼里面，成为一只猪。遇见这样子的命运，让他非常的痛苦。诺布于是到了天人之王，也就是第4天那里，请求避免这么悲惨的转世。第4天跟他讲说，我对这件事情无能为力， 你要去向佛陀求缘。所以在瞬间，诺布就来到了佛陀之前，诚心诚意又绝望的请求。首先顶礼佛陀，并且请问防止堕入恶趣的方法。佛陀说：皈依佛、皈依法、皈依僧吧，授予他皈依的和修行的方法。于是诺布一心不乱的诚心修行，在死后，诺布即刻转生为大梵天王，当然是更高层天的天主了。第四天很好奇，想知道诺布投生到哪里去，便请教佛陀。佛告诉第四天，他已经投生到梵天去了。那么诺布第四天到那边去找诺布，在那边为王了。所以第四天观察了这种情况之后，对于皈依的非凡力量感到非常的震惊，而咏唱道：彼等皈依三宝者，原虽注定堕恶道，因于此天或皈依，转生他天为天人，皈依之量及加持，辉煌善妙不可称。
Further, if we take refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, three jewel, and follow the path, their benefit for future lives, not only this life, we will meet face to face with the Buddhas adorned with the major manner marks or great Vajra masters. We will never be separated from the hearing the Dharma teachings in life after life. We will join the assembly of the Sanghas. So these are some benefits mentioned here. Now, if you're reading this section here, so now this is just advice, some short practice here. After reading, understanding this, when it said, take a few moments to relax. So take a deep breath in the space before you visualize the Buddha and the embodiment of wisdom and compassion, and the Dharma and the perfect teachings, and the Sangha, the great Bodhisattvas and Arahats. Arose strong devotion and yearning to be free from samsara. So take refuge sincerely and say this prayer 21 times or more. So Namo Buddhaya, Namo Dharmaya, Namo Sanghaya. So this is just here now. Of course, we have more explanations, practices in the Diamond Rosary section. In the practice of the refuge there, you can read there more, But here is that. After that, after saying this, with full devotion, confidence, then dissolve the visualization into light, which then dissolve into you. Meditate that you receive the blessing of wisdom and compassion that purifies all your obscuration. And your mind now emerge with the nature of the Buddha's mind. Rest the mind in the natural state, which is the Buddha's mind, for some time. Finally, dedicate the merit. So you are just be confident. That means your Buddha nature is touched by the Buddha, Buddha's mind, who is fully awakened.
此外，如果皈依三宝并遵循佛教，来世还有以下的利益。比如说，可以亲见具32相80随行好的诸佛，或遇见大金刚阿舍离，得闻佛法，生生世世无间断，能成为僧团的一份子。用点时间让自己身体稍稍放轻松，再做个深呼吸，观想前面虚空之中悲智具显的佛宝，圆满教授的法宝，诸大菩萨和诸大阿罗汉的僧宝。 自己发大恭敬心，渴望解脱轮回而自在，自心皈依，念诵以下的皈依文21遍或更多：皈依佛，皈依法，皈依僧。接着观想前皈依镜化光，然后由顶上融入自心，观想自身获得清净，一切业障的悲智加持而住，让心安住于本然，即是佛意，最后再来回向功德。
Also mentioned, when at the time of death, there are so many different practices there. Those all are helpful, useful. There are so many choices, methods. But at least like this, at the time of death, you just simply visualize Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, and say this prayer: Namo Buddhaya, Namo Dharmaya, Namo Sanghaya, without any other distraction. Fully focus on the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. Say this refuge prayer, and then Buddha, Dharma, Sangha dissolve into you, and your mind just meditate on that. Just relax. Understanding there's no any other help is there. No. And said, this is the best way to die. No doubt, said, your rebirth will be much better.
那么我们关于皈依的解释有更多的解释，在另外一本书 Diamond Rosary 那边也有比较详细的解释。刚刚讲的这种皈依三宝的方法，甚至在我们将临终的时候，有许多的不同的法门可以让我们选择。你当然也可以选择观想佛法僧，然后在前面，然后再对他们至诚恳切的讲皈依佛、皈依法、皈依僧，让自己一心不乱的专注于佛法僧，然后再观想三宝从自己头顶融入自身，让自己的心放松安住在本然的状态之下。这样是离开这个世界非常好的方法，没有任何疑问的，可以受生到非常好的地方去。
So in the refuge practice, which is a preliminary practice, so we think preliminary is not so important. It's just preliminary, There's more advanced practice, we think, Preliminary means, here this case, what it means is first which opens the door, our path towards enlightenment. Then refuge is the first most important practice which opens the door for us towards enlightenment. Second most important, it is because it's the path towards all the way. Because if you study, practice Mahamudra, still is Dharma. Even you practice highest yoga, Tantra practice, still it is Buddha. So all Buddha's teachings are fully contained in the refuge practice. See, first important, second most important, and then after practice fully and successfully, and you become Buddha. That's refuge. So you see, don't consider refuge is not so important. Sometimes we say, I finish my refuge practice. Finish means now you are finished. But you are enriched with practice refuge. More and more. Then when you After each refuge practice, that all the visualization you establish, they dissolve into you. Yes. Now, you are uniting with the Buddha Dhamma Sangha and who you are. And through that we get all the opportunity to purify all of our obscurations, making our relation with the Dhamma Sangha closer and closer and closer. Then one day your whole mind, nothing but Buddha's mind. So please see that. Always enjoy the practice of refuge, purification. And practice this not just for your own liberation, but the benefit of all sentient beings, which means conjunction with the bodhicitta.
那么这个就是我们皈依的前行。那讲到前行呢，很多时候有些人认为不重要，它只是前行而已啦。可是这个前行却是一扇打开开启，让我们开启通往正悟的道路的门。所以这个皈依是这个开门的这个契机。这个道呢，修行的道是帮助我们一步一步走向最后的。不管你修的是多高的法门，或者是大手印，或者是最高的密续、无修瑜伽等等，这些究竟是成佛的。可是皈依三宝也是通往这同样的这个道路之上，这全部都包含在皈依三宝之中。如果说我们能够真诚的这样子修行这个法门的话，到最后自己也是会转成佛的。有些人讲说，哎呀，我已经完成了修行皈依的修法了，不用再修了。真的是这样子吗？我们可以多多这个法门，我可以多多的练习，反复的练习皈依三宝，一直到它变成一种本能的反射，让自己跟三宝合而为一，自然能够帮助我们净除一切业障，以三宝慢慢的拉近。那么我们自然能够享受这种皈依的这种修习跟那个修法，帮助我们净除障碍，同时为了利益一切众生来做这个修法。因为我们发心要利益众生，所以在这个时候跟我们的菩提心就结合为一了。
Okay. How we are doing?
大家怎么样？还好吗？
It's okay? Okay. You have any questions?
有任何疑问吗？
Or some suggestions? Yeah, go ahead.
请问仁波切，如果我们在根据仁波切所讲的，我们精进修行禅定那如果没有上师在身边的时候，那如何可以鉴别我们是在定中？那如果是到了定中了以后，是什么情形可以是生智慧？因为那个六度波罗蜜最后面最重要一点，前面那个五度都是在为最后一度智慧在修。那如何就是说从定到得？谢谢仁波切。
So thank you for your teaching, Rinpoche. According to your teaching, if we practice diligently with perseverance and we meditate, we practice equipoise, abiding, shamatha abiding, etc., and then remain in a calm abiding status. If at that time we don't have a spiritual teacher around us, how do we know if we are in the meditative state in the right way? And then, if we are in a meditative state, when can our wisdom arise? Because as we know, the sixth perfection, the first five are in preparation for the sixth one. So, how can we go from meditative absorption into the wisdom?
First of all, see. we have to receive all the instruction from a master. Make sure that we understood. Once we receive these teachings, then follow, as you mentioned, you practice sincerely, accordingly. See, and then say in your question, the shamatha or samadhi meditation. Also, just having shamatha meditation, you can't expect some enlightenment will come from that. There are some highly accomplished in the samadhi, like formless wall. So there are 4 steps in the form wall. There are 4 steps in the formless wall. They have such powerful samadhi, equipoise. But because due to lack of the focus on the special insight, they are still in the samsara, So we have to receive those all complete instructions. See, then once you received both the samadhi, special insight, then through our meditation, through our effort, and then we not just receive the teaching, but you can actualize. You can kind of manifest that within in your mind. So this is how to practice. The 6 paramitas. What I said was a partial way how to get the benefits, but actually, also in the generosity itself, has all the practices. As a matter of fact, to perfect the generosity practice as a paramita, dana paramita, perfection of the generosity. To that, we need also wisdom, compassion. Without total kind of realization of this called kursum naparametopa. Kursum is 3 spheres, free from the 3 spheres, conceptual thoughts. To realize that, to have that experience, we must have the wisdom. So with the conjunction of the wisdom in the practice of the generosity, moral ethics, patience, then all becomes the paramita. Okay. Paramita Sanskrit, paramita. Param means beyond samsara. Other shore of the samsara means nirvana. Ita, get there. To get there, we need the support of the wisdom awareness.
我们这样子来要修的时候，我们首先必须要有一个接受上师完整的这个法教，然后第一步要确定说我们能够真正的了解上师完整的法教，第二步再来真诚的修法来做实修，第三步才是修定。那修定又分成修止跟修观，但是我们做了初步的修止或者修定的话，那并不代表我们就获得证悟的。在这个3界之中呢，有许许多多的众生，他们禅定的功夫非常的高，包括色界以及无色界的众生， 他们有非常深的禅定，但是因为他们没有这个修观，而仍在三界轮回之中。所以我们应该先要受到完整的这个教授，那么再来进入三摩地来修止观，再来进一步的实修，最后能够证得，在心中展现出证悟的一种景况这个是我们如何实修的。至于你讲到六度波罗蜜，那六度波罗蜜也是一个很好的这个法门，也是修行的一个部分的法门。即使我们只修的一部分，其实也可能是完整。比如说，我们修第一度的这个布施波罗蜜，那我们修布施的话，它其实就具足了其他的5个波罗蜜了。我们要修布施的话，我们必须要有智慧。我们也必须要有出离心，要离开这种3种这种畏惧，也就是说3种这个世间的念。所以如果说我们能够把这个布施建立在我们的智慧之上呢，那么这样子一来，不管是布施，不管是精进，不管是持戒，都能够转化成般若的智慧。在这边我们讲到六度波罗蜜的波罗蜜多，指的就是到达彼岸，就是超越轮回的意识。所以在这个时候，我们必须要有智慧的生长出来，那么让我们的觉性开显出来。There's another question here. That when do we know we could go into solitary retreat or silent retreat?
When you are well prepared.
I guess the student will want to ask, how do we know we are well prepared? What do we need to prepare?
There's a story. A man read the life story of Milarepa, and he was so moved. Says, that's it, I made determination. Now I want to sell all my belongings, get rid of my house. Just want to go to retreat. And then he went to retreat. After a week, he could not continue. And he said, Milarepa, who has nothing, now made me also nothing. So that's what shows that he was not well prepared. Some emotionally just manifested, not well prepared.
这个我们怎么知道我们什么时候可以去独自一个人去闭关，或者是说止语的闭关呢？那回答是说，当你准备好的时候。那接下来就问说，我们怎么知道要准备好，要具足什么样的条件呢？那上次就问了讲了这个故事，就是当弥勒日巴在世的时候，那时候有一位行者，他说我已见到事情的这个真谛的，我要放下一切，要去修行去了，所以他就变卖自己所有的财产，然后去闭关去了。可是等到1个礼拜之后，他就出来，他发觉他没有办法闭关，他就讲了，弥勒日巴什么都没有，我现在也跟弥勒日巴一样，也是空无一物，什么财产都没有了。所以我们要闭关，不能只是说情绪上的这个突然的升起的一个念头，必须要做好具足的准备。
Yes, please.
六法 其他的话都很少。那这个书上列出来的话，只是让我们增加一点知识，还是可以说到某个程度，我们什么样的基础可以修，那都没有问题。什么样的基础，那就要修好了，那就要修好是，我想是应该很困难。那修好的时候，要修大手艺又有什么基础？啊，谢谢。
In your book, the later part of your book, you talked about 6 yogas of Naropa.
Yes.
We probably won't have time to get into it this time.
Yeah.
And I wonder if there's a chance in the future could teach, and what is the condition to teach that? It's not being taught that commonly. In this area, a while back ago, there was a lama, a guru, who taught how to do practice Tummo. And so, since your book mentioned the 6 yogas and Naropa, is it just to help us understand intellectually, or when do we know that we are qualified to practice that? And then, since it seems like that is a preliminary of Mahamudra.
Yes.
So once we accomplish the 6 yogas of Naropa, then what's the condition to practice Mahamudra? So there are several questions.
Yeah. See, first, now according to our meditation practices, especially in the Dikunkakyu lineage, there's called fivefold path of Mahamudra. Within this fivefold path of Mahamudra, first is practice of bodhicitta. So within the bodhicitta, there's all the steps, as we are talking about the 4 foundations and the 5 preliminaries, all are there. So there's all a preparation, prepare all this. And well-established bodhicitta. So bodhicitta is the highway towards enlightenment. First, all these are 4 foundations, like the precious human life, impermanence, so forth, 4. And then taking refuge, Vajrasattva, mandala, guru yoga, loving kindness, compassion, these all are just to making such a preparation how to cultivate bodhicitta in your heart. And through these causes and conditions that you well understood and prepared to cultivate bodhicitta. Once you cultivate bodhicitta, now you have to perfect that practice. To perfect that practice, then Didi Yoga practice, 4 kayas Guru Yoga, and the Mahamudra. The Mahamudra first is called Shine Kamai Biting, then special insight in that section of the Mahamudra, and the dedication. So this all are to perfect the bodhicitta practice. Now, in order to realize the Mahamudra directly, then these 6 yogas Naropas are there as a method. It's called a method. So those are fully now dedicated, as earlier mentioned, now prepared to go to solitary place, in the solitude place. Then, if one has that, that kind of is prepared, nothing else. Then practice of Tummo is in the book, in the verse did not mention how to practice those, Just they are there, this, some what's called what that is, just introduction, According to that introduction, also I cannot also give the instruction, right instruction here, just only the importance of those, you see. Especially like in the Tumu practice, I mentioned here, those who are really want to practice has inspiration, decision, courage, and condition. Then find out an authentic master, see, who has the ability to teach. Not as a title, as this morning mentioned. Title is nothing to do. So, who has the ability, quality to teach. So meet such kind of guru, and then just receive teaching from that, instruction from that. Then practice step by step. See, there are so many steps, especially like Tumu, clear light, dream yoga, those practices. Without samadhi, proper samadhi, not possible. In a very distracted life, not possible. One has to have such kind of condition. Totally, you're fully involved in the solitude, in the jewel ornament of liberation, in the section of the samadhi described how that has to be, free from all the distraction. Your body should be isolated. Your mind should be isolated. Both mind and body should be solitude. With such condition, then one has every opportunity to establish the samadhi. With that samadhi, then you practice the Tumu, clear light, dream yoga. It can be very effective.
那么要回答这个问题的时候，我们首先还是要从禅修开始。我们在子贡噶举这个教派里面，我们有一个次第，就是大手印五之道或大印五之。第一个，我们还是要从菩提心开始。那其实这一些都是在慢慢的在精进，在圆满我们的菩提心。从一开始的四转心法，还有五个前行等等。那么我们应该要了解到，菩提心是我们通往正悟的高速公路。那我们应该让自己培养自己如何让菩提心在我们心事之中能够增长滋养，然后再来了解准备好来长养我们自己的菩提心，一直到一个非常好的非常圆满的这个阶段，然后再来修本尊法，就来修上师瑜伽或者上师相应法，或者是大手印的室内修止修观，再来回向，这些然后都是在菩提心的修习上一次一次的进阶的。到达这个程度之后，可以开始接触那罗六法的一个方法，之后再来讲说是个人的这个独自的这个闭关。那才能讲说这个是准备好了，这样准备好了可以开始修类似着火这样子的。我在我的书本里面并没有讲到说要如何来修那罗六法，只是给大家一个简介，只是提到它的重要性。那么这个要真的往这个道路上走的呢，实质上的这个修行者，首先要透过一开始的真诚的发心，下了很大的决心，有了这个勇气，具足的勇气，还有这个因缘之后呢，再找到一个具格的上师。在这边我们讲说，所谓的具格上师，并不是说这个上师有什么样的头衔，而是他有这个能力，有这个经验，有这个功德，能够来指导你。 那得到这个具格上师的教授之后，再自己来修行。那修行不管是着火也好，睡梦瑜伽也好，如果没有修止的很深的这个三摩地，止的三摩地的这个基础是不可能修成的。当我们在这个非常纷乱的世界当中，是不可能往这边修的。所以我们应该要有这个了解，然后有这个定境之后呢，才能开始讲个人的这个闭关。那在这个时候，应该是在一种不分心的这种专注的一个状态。这种是不管是在身体上或者在心理上，都必须要非常的静僻不分心的。这样我们来修定，然后再来一步一步的修着火也好，明光也好，睡梦瑜伽也好，应该是这样子的次第。
Yeah, first, yes. Yeah.
Giving the Dharma to somebody.
Yes.
And I'm curious, when a layperson asks a practitioner, a non-practitioner asks a practitioner about the Dharma, what is the most beneficial way of assisting them in getting the Dharma?
Now, in that case, if I hear you, just general sharing the information is one thing. And then there are some who are very serious practitioners, so we have to differentiate these two. General to share information, say like what's Buddha, who's Buddha, what's Dharma, what it helps us, like these things. Then there are a lot of good informations you can share with anybody. Just to sometimes you make connection to the Dharma teachings out of your, we should say, compassion to help. So I hope he or she gets the benefit from this. Make a better decision, like those things. So in that way, anybody can do that. Just to share, encourage, inspire. It's very helpful, very useful. Then, if one is like a real giving instruction, those who are now say want to go to like a retreat or just want to really study further, then the instructor should have some those necessary qualities. So having those necessary qualities and sharing Dharma to others and showing this is right, this is wrong, like that, and becomes more protective. Because if one who is confused, we cannot dispel other confusion, It makes sense? So this is a kind of, Yes.
好的。在解脱庄严宝论里面讲
Yeah, please.
在解脱庄严宝论这本书里面讲到布施波罗蜜。那布施我们有分成，有一部分讲到法施、财施、法施、无畏施等等。这个法施呢，那我们身为一个俗家弟子、佛弟子，我们如果有人来跟我们请教佛法，我们应该怎么样分享？怎么样是合适的呢？回答是说，我们分享的是可以一般性资讯的分享，或者是说，对于一个实修者很认真的来问你修法的问题。如果说是一般的这个有关佛教佛法的一些问题啦，比如说什么叫做三宝啊？三宝如何帮助我们啊？那这样子一般性的这个资讯，我们可以跟任何人来做分享，因为我们是基于一种慈悲心，愿意利益他人的基础来做分享的。我们的分享可以鼓舞跟激励他们，这样是可以的。 但是如果说有人问到我们修法上的问题的话，我们应该要了解，我们必须自己具足应有的功德跟特质，才能够跟他们分享，这样才能对彼此有所保护。否则的话，是以盲是会出问题的。
Yes, Melissa, then you.
Okay, I was just thinking,
Then,
regardless of what level of realization we achieve,
excuse me?
regardless what level of realization
No.
anyone may achieve, we will eventually arrive at the door of death,
Oh.
the Lord of death. But I just wondered, can you give us a GPS? On page, on the verse 62 that you have,
Okay.
you have
Verse 62, okay.
you have the Om Ahum.
Oh, Ahung, yes, yes.
It's tremendously written, by the way. Incredible.
Page 293.
And if we practice
62, okay.
Page 293.
Oh, yes, Ahung, yes, Ahung, yes, yes. This also I made little more clear explanation in the other book. The opening the treasure of the profound in there, because there's a song of Jigten Sungun, the five-fold path of Mahamudra, in the section of the Vajrayana practice there, Ahung I mentioned. No, yeah, Ahung you see, actually all the mantras that we do start with and at the end, most of the mantra has Hum, like Mani Padme Hum, Banjra Sato Hum, like that, So most mantra has started with So the all the Vajrayana teachings related to the mantra. The essence is the Ahung. Om is the body, the deity's body. A is the speech. Hum is the mind, wisdom mind. So because of that, sometimes we make a simple meditation, yet complete, profound. I used to teach this before. I talked quite a few times and chant the mantra Om Ahung. First, visualize Om at the forehead center. From there, light radiate. Purify all your physical obscurations while chanting Om Ahung. Then after that, you visualize red Ah at the throat inside the chakra. And from there, light radiate, purifies all obscurations related to speech. Then at the third, visualize Hum at the heart level, a blue Hum. And then during the chanting mantra Om Ahung, light radiate from that, purify all your mental obscurations, you see. After you purify your body, speech, mind, then the light Om Ahung that you chant one session mantra radiate to all the 6 realms. Purify all the first outer realm, transform into pure land. And then purify all sentient beings, that whatever you like, Chandrasik, Tara, any, you transform into them, into that state. So that's your practice of bodhicitta. See. After they are fully purified, transformed into that individual deities, then at the dissolution time, the outer world dissolve into the sentient beings of that idam. Those sentient beings all turn into light and then dissolve into you. And yourself, your whole body dissolve into the Om Ah Hum. See? Then Om dissolve into Ah. Ah dissolve into Hum. Hum from the bottom, slowly, gradually dissolve into all pervading emptiness, wisdom, and then you rest there. Meditation. No? So it has a complete meditation. And he said it has such great blessings. I didn't make by myself. I got from other authentic text teachings taught by great teachers. So that's, I think, we can use as a text that way. A rising stage and completion stage as well. And then say, this also, there's a conjunction at the time of death, see. It's called white appearance, red increasing, darkness near attainment. When you are dying, after stop your breathing, clinically dead, but actually not dead. Then the dying person has experience. So this time when you are focused, that white Om, after that experience the red increasing. After that, say that white Om, red Ah, then blue, this darkness near attainment. Then after that, so when the blue Hum dissolves into emptiness, then there comes the total luminosity. It's clear light. So there's a connection with that. Repeat that? Yeah? Yes, first.
OK， 那我们无论我们自己修行到达什么程度，我们有一天难免会死亡的。在你在第62个偈颂里面有讲到嗡阿吽这个种子字的简单的这个禅修，能不能请你跟我们进一步的做阐述？这个嗡阿吽的这个种子字的禅修看起来好像很简单，可是它的意义非常的深远。我们首先观想前额的白色的嗡字，然后放光，然后净化我们身体累劫所造由身体所造的障碍都得到净化，然后再到我们喉间放出红色啊字放出红光，净化一切因语而染污而造成的一些障碍，再到心间的种子字吽字放射蓝光，并且净化一切因意而产生的这些障碍。透过这样子净化我们身口意的障碍，然后再来咒语继续放光，净化六道，把六道的化成一片净土，而六道里面的一切众生都转化成本尊，不管是观音也好，度母也好，这些就是菩提心的一种显现。然后再来消融，在由外在的气世间消融到本尊身上，本尊再化光融入自身，然后自身呢，从这个嗡字融入啊字，啊字融入吽字，吽字从底下一直慢慢往上消融，一直到最后融入空性之中，安住在这种智慧的状态之中禅修。能够这样子做，有非常大的这个加持。这种教法是过去一些修法的一些大师们所教导下来的，是非常有力的修持。在升起次第、圆满次第的时候，也是可以这样子做的这个修持。甚至在我们临死之前，当我们呼吸停止之后，其实那个时候我们还没有死亡，不算是真正的死亡。 那么我们的这个白光出现，这个嗡字，然后再来呢红色的增长啊字，然后再再进入到下一个阶段是蓝色，就是接近获得的成就的这种黑暗的这个状态，然后所以从白色的嗡字融到啊字红的，然后再蓝色的，然后再蓝再融入空性之中，空性再转为明性，获得明光成就，这个也是很了不起的一个修行法。
Okay, what do you have?
Okay, I'll try and make this fairly
Yeah, short.
simple.
Yeah, make it simple and short, yes.
So, there's several lineages, right? There's this one, Nyingma, Sakya.
No, just don't worry about that.
Okay.
What the question, what were you
The
the?
question was this.
Yes.
At different times, like you told me at one point to do Vajrasattva,
Yes.
which I did for a couple of years.
Yes,
And
yeah.
I had terrible health problems, and I was instructed to do medicine Buddha. So, my question is, should we do one practice our whole life? Or is it kind of like medicine where, different times we've purified certain karma and then we go on to another? Obviously you always take refuge.
Yes, see, you take refuge in the Buddha Dhamma Sangha, So that's the universal in the Buddhist,
Yes, and it's with everything.
Now, say, yes, there are so many Buddhas, Buddha Shakyamuni, Medicine Buddha, Buddha Berusana, Buddha Amoghasiddhi, Buddha Amitabha. No, there's what else? There are so many Buddhas. Yeah. So now, which one is the best one?
I think they're all equal.
Yeah. Says I'm just
But it depends
Yeah.
on
See.
the
Yes.
person. Like you get these things that.
Yeah. I understand your point. Yeah.
This month.
No, I understand.
For the
Yeah.
year, this one after the year,
I understand your point. If you want to increase your wisdom, practice Manjushri. If you want to increase compassion, practice Chenrezig.
Increase what?
Compassion.
If you want to increase your ability, practice Vajrapani. If you want to have some kind of activities, green Tara is good. If you want to have a longevity, white Tara is good. If you want to need some energy, say, maybe Yamandaga is good.
I have to tell you when I first.
Yes. And I'm just saying that like these are there. Yeah, these are.
All these empowerments, I used to write each one down.
Yeah,
put
yeah.
them in a bowl, close my eyes, shake the
Yes,
bowl.
yeah.
And I spent more time thinking, what should I be doing?
That's right. I understand.
So
Yeah.
I
No,
want simple
listen. Now you have to listen to me.
Yeah.
Okay. Now see. First of all, see. All these different Buddhas, countless Buddhas of the past, present, future, how they attain Buddhahood. In a nutshell.
Practicing.
What practicing?
Cultivating bodhicitta.
See,
purifying karma,
exactly,
helping others,
exactly.
And renunciation.
Yes, see,
And separating from attachment.
that's right. So all Buddhas attain Buddhahood basically by the practice of bodhicitta, isn't it? There's no any Buddha in the world without perfecting bodhicitta. So everybody agrees that there's no disagreement on this. So is there any difference in bodhicitta? See? So because of this, any deity you practice, you just go with it. Rely on that. There's no difference bodhicitta in any Buddha. Yeah. Otherwise, there is some kind of treacherous. Say this Buddha is better than this. This is faster than this. There's such no. All Buddhas are same. So, for example, if you rely on medicine Buddha all the time, that's perfectly right. If you practice Vajrasattva all the time, that's perfectly right. Medicine Buddha has every ability to help you. Vajrasattva has every ability to help you. Buddhist Shakyamuni has every ability to help you. So it's very important not to discriminate Buddha. Say, Yes, okay, yes. So I'm giving you this, So now and then you can say, you can have your own, use your discernment. You have a question? I thought you were raising hand.
Hold on, let me translate this part real quick.
Okay.
我们的有不同的修法，有的时候有人跟我讲说要修金刚萨埵，然后后来我身体不好又修药师佛，要怎么办呢？我们是应该一门深入，还是应该要因病与药呢？这个修佛的这个基本是什么？共通点在哪里呢？那都是三皈依的。这个世界上有许许多多的佛，释迦牟尼佛、药师佛、毗卢遮那佛、不动佛、阿弥陀佛等等的。那或许你如果想要智慧增长，可以修文殊菩萨要悲心多一点，就修观音法门，能够让自己更加的有力，变成修金刚手。如果你要增长你的事业，修白度母要修度母；如果要长寿的话，修白度母；要有更多的能量的话，修文殊阎摩提等等。那这都是你自己的选择。我们应该知道，所有无量的诸佛，过去、现在、未来，都是以什么为中心呢？其实都是以菩提心为中心的。没有一个佛没有圆满菩提心的。菩提心，他们这个佛跟那个佛之间的菩提心有什么不同的吗？任何的修法都可以，你就那样修，不会是修出不同的菩提心的，不会说这个比较好，那个比较快这样子。那你要修药师佛就去修药师佛，这是很好的。你要修金刚萨埵也是很好的。那应该有这种信念，说药师佛可以帮你的，金刚萨埵也是可以帮你。金刚萨埵可以帮你的，药师佛绝对有完全的能力来协助你。我们不要在心中来分别这个佛那个佛。
Yes.
So I'm a beginner in Buddhism, and whenever I practice Dharma at home or when I come here attend teachings or attend practice, I'm always filled with joy. Then I run into a situation whenever this is about to finish and I need to go back to ordinary life, mundane life, then I am filled with fear. Is there any advice that how can I do a good transition between this practice and to the worldly sense?
Holy lives.
Worldly life, yes.
When you have this kind of peace and joy when you attend the teachings. You just this is a blessing of the Dharma, and don't attach to that. No attachment. Just simply, I will use this in my mental life, and I will face it. I will transform it. Then there's no fear. No. So if you say when you say, "Oh, I'm so happy here," now say attached to here, and aversion there. Then between aversion and fear, hope and fear is called. So that's also illusory nature. Just realize illusory nature can be transformed. So make it simple. Don't make it so kind of concrete, difficult.
那你在法会的时候，当你觉得法喜充满的时候，就随喜那样子的状态。可是同时不要太过去执着。那么在这个心中，如果面到一些困难的时候，你就去面对它，然后去转化它。不要说在法会里面很快乐就执着在那里，可是要出去的时候有充满的这种恐惧跟那种嫌恶之心。我们要知道这世界上的一切都是一种幻象的，既然它是幻象，它是无常，也可以转换的，让我们的生活过得简单一点，不要把它变得太复杂。
Yes, please. Last question, please.
Can Rinpoche explain what do you mean by compound?
Compound.
Compound.
Compound is created. It is a compounded, through the causes and conditions. It's compounded, created. Composite is a composite, compounded, yeah.
就是众缘和合的意思。
那在跟佛法修持上有什么关系？
What's the relationship to our actual practice? This concept of compound, yeah.
Our practice is also compounded. Got all the different instructions, all this to put together. We practice. And then we go step by step. Because it is compounded, it is impermanent also. Sometimes you feel good practicing, sometimes you don't feel good because it's compounded.
我们在实修修行的过程也是众缘和合的。首先我们接受到领取教授之后，然后再一步一步的在生活上的实修，这都是众缘和合的。既然是众缘和合，它也是一种无常的现象。
Okay, now it's easy, right?
And
so now today is last day, isn't it?
Yes.
So this time I'm happy that I could come here and just now meeting you all, and I really appreciate your interest in the Dharma study practice, which as we went through step by step, some amount, and then please apply Dharma in your daily life. As like food, we eat food, we need to eat to sustain the body, isn't it? To sustain the body, we need food to eat. Now to sustain the mind, we need the Dharma food. So reflect at this way. As mentioned, our study Dharma is sometimes we say very special, I'm a special practitioner, I'm very, pious, pious? What's that mean, pious? Pious, I'm very pious. It's nothing that, it's just our basic necessary, important thing. And from this, we should always rejoice. It's very important to rejoice, feel grateful, practice Dharma joyfully, appreciate yourself, and I should do more, better, and purify our mental limitations. So these are so important. No expectation. No.
我很高兴这次有机缘来这里跟大家结这个缘来，也谢谢大家对这个法有这么有兴趣，在过去几天呢在这边听课，我希望说我这一次一步一步的跟你们讲解，你们回去之后可以应用在生活中，一步一步的来修行。我们知道我们吃东西主要是为了长养我们自己的身躯，让我们的身体能继续存活下去。那么法呢，就是对我们心灵性来讲是很重要的一个食物，所以我希望说你们能够有机会继续来研读这个研讨，然后不要让自己的傲慢心这样升起，而是停留在一个很基本的这一个这个法则上面，然后随喜自己，随喜一切是很重要的。我们要存着感恩心，要随喜自己能够有机会来，然后让自己做一次一次做的结果都随喜，然后期许下次自己能够做得更好，然后慢慢的这个进化，没有说对一些事情有太多的这个期望。
And as you see, we have here such a beautiful place, meeting, so utilize this in the best way to study, practice Dharma. And then we had the resident teacher here, Kabir Rinpoche, So study with him and get good instructions, and then promote and make Dharma available to as many as possible. And that's a good service.
那我们今天有机会有幸在这边这么漂亮这么庄严的中心来这边上课，这个是非常好的，我们应该好好的应用这个中心来学习佛法。我们又有这么好的一个常住喇嘛高贝仁波切，大家可以有机会跟他好好的来学习，然后把佛法应用在利益一切的这个方向上面。
And thank you everybody for your participation, and especially our great translator Rocco here.
谢谢大家的参与。
Okay, you said now dedication prayers, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. This after saying that prayer.
So today,
everyone has this?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful.
Because today is the last day of our teaching, so Rinpoche had request us to read a special dedication after our regular dedication. So you could turn to page 11 for dedication, and there should be one sheet or copied, either English or Chinese. That if you don't raise your hand, our volunteers will give them to you. Then that's from excerpt from Rinpoche's book here. That we'll do the dedication afterwards.
Yeah, here page
11.
Page here, what page in this book?
407.
Yeah, or just bottom of this 6.
406.
Then follows 406 and 7 and 8. Okay.
Sunandaya Tamje Sripa Nyen Tone Nyebe Dana Panje Jega Nanje Balan Tobaya Sipe Sole Dowa Shu Lama Gongan Zawara Sovande Chote Goze Renwai Sovande Tele Daje Jebra Sovande Lama Dandawa Meba Zinjilo Sarve Chitra Jambada Ganda Sambo Deyan Deyan Teda Ganje Jesa Dala Jenge Wanda Dodam Jera Dungo Sangye Goseni Besela Dan Junye Manjar Dembesela Genda Mesen Dembesela Jadang Oye Molang Dobayo Dodang Desam Dosabada Yubeke Zawan Dada Semjen Damjen Yurdolana Meba Yang Tobar Zobe Sanjarambat Tobar Jorje Yirla Gunze Gunjen Juje Dendenela Wandon De Gomba Renjen Baja Demba Semda ba yada de sam gombe tenjor je dot yen jan jan dale narod marba mela juje gombo ba mo de ba jarwan de gom Kaje lama namje da ye yo kanre rave golve yenga pendo dewa male jongwe ne jare zewa tenzen jamzoi Shabe simde bada tenje je gonjo gonde shakja senge temban tenje berwe danye je gonzan jobe donde andalen lende je lame yabden sol gonjo sunje danye de gon temban zen Tambe juje yesu nawa ye jego wonjen joge yaden so babe yana yan de wai doga so zenga ye reise den je den gomboy to se jedem Baden gajen goze gajar de yoman tebe norje parsoye samdan gombera re nyaje do jarden soda wamban jemzeje ganjan gonjo jenze yaden so Now this dedication prayer.
We'll probably only read in English. Glorious, holiest, venerable, precious, kind root and lineage lamas, divine assembly of Idam deities and assemblies of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, yogins, yoginis, and dakinis dwelling in the 10 directions. Please hear my plea. May the virtues collected in these 3 times by myself and all sentient beings in samsara and nirvana, and the innate root of virtue, not result in the 8 worldly concerns, the 4 causes of samsara, or rebirth as a Shraka or practical Buddha. May all mother sentient beings, especially those enemies who hate me and mine, obstructors who harm, misleading Maras, and the hordes of demons, especially happiness, be separated from suffering, and swiftly attain unsurpassed, perfect, complete, and precious Buddhahood. By the power of this vast root of virtue, may I benefit all beings through my body, speech, and mind. May the afflictions of desire, hatred, ignorance, arrogance, and jealousy not arise in my mind. May attachment to fame, reputation, wealth, honor, and concern for this life not arise for even a moment. May my mind stream be moisturized by loving kindness, compassion, and bodhicitta. And through that, may I become a spiritual master with good qualities equal to the infinity of space. May I gain the supreme attainment of Mahamudra in this very life. May the torment of suffering not arise even at the time of my death. May I not die with the negative thoughts. May I not die confused by wrong view. May I not experience an ultimate death. May I die joyfully and happily in the great luminosity and minds as such, and the pervading clarity of Dhammatta. May I, in any case, gain the supreme attainment of Mahamudra at the time of death or in the bardo. By the virtues corrected in the 3 times, by myself and all beings in samsara and nirvana, and by the innate root of virtue, may I and all sentient beings quickly attain unsurpassed, perfect, complete, precious enlightenment. May the teachings of great Trigompa Ratnashri, who is omniscient, Lord of the Dhamma, master of interdependence, continue and increase through study, practice, contemplation, and meditation until the end of samsara.
Oi sadon kuloi jirve jarbo don jedon garba zambe sanje don kala gande della de dombe samba jare de la janzalo oi mane be me Thank you. 我在这里讲2句法，Khenchen得上来，你这个经历老也有，
has few words to say.
这次的法会圆满结束，我在这里感谢这个Khenchen有这么个因缘来到这个人心去人传的这么殊胜的法治2天。其实这个5年前2010年的时候Khenchen到那个亚利桑那州感情复学那时候我有邀请他那时候这个我们佛堂还在那个 Temple City 的时候，那时候他时间不够了，没有时间过来但是呢这次刚到这个回到美国的时候就有安排了安排给时间在这里特别感谢这次呢也不像以前我们也这里有新的这么道场的那个专业的那个佛堂上次他能够有时间来的话还没有这样的
So I'm very grateful that the teaching has come to a good completion, a very perfect completion. First of all, I would like to express my ultimate appreciation towards Khenchen Rinpoche and then rejoice that we have this opportunity, this condition to be able to have this teaching at the Drigong Rinchen Chulin. I recall that 5 years ago, back in 2010, when Khenchen was visiting Arizona Gachen Institute, I already requested the teaching. At that time, we still do not have this new center. Our center was still at the Temple City, very small space. At that time, but Khenchen did not have enough time. His schedule was full. So this time he returned to the United States, and we are very fortunate to be able to arrange this teaching. So I'm very appreciative that we have this new space and will be able to accommodate more people for this wonderful teaching.
我为什么一直想邀请Khenchen来那个上课？那就开始的时候Khenchen讲的就一样。我呢98年Khenchen第一次到西藏的时候就见过他。为什么呢？之前97年噶吉仁波切到美国。然后呢，噶吉仁波切邀请Khenchen去西藏的。之前就噶吉仁波切有打个电话我们的时候他说他遇到一个很好的职工家族的Khenchen，他有邀请他去西藏，特别去噶尔斯，也许他会去。他说那个Khenchen是多么的那个好的修行人那个懂那个佛法的人。那时候就噶吉仁波切有那个电话里面就有怎么讲交代过我们这样子的。后来Khenchen也有能够去到西藏。其实那时候他到那个悉尼的时候就我去接他的。
And so our connection starts back from the 1998, as Khenchen mentioned in the beginning of the teaching this weekend. That was the first time he went to Tibet, Qinghai specifically, and I saw him. Back in 1997, His Eminence Gachen Rinpoche had come to the United States, and he gave me a call and said that he has invited a very great practitioner and Khenchen Rinpoche, and then maybe we will have the good fortune that he could visit Gar Monastery. He is wonderful, and he told me that to make sure that happened over the phone. And so I went to Xining to greet and Khenchen at that time.
所以呢Khenchen呢就智慧广大经验丰富然后呢就语言也通不需要经过这个英文的翻译直接可以沟通 这样是很难的很珍贵的。这几天我就相信你们也受到就不少有那个更深入了解佛法希望也如此。然后呢，就刚Khenchen有后来讲到就这个呢希望呢你们要好好留下心里不要怎么讲早而进来，然后又要出去遇到那个任何困难烦恼压力这些的时候，都有想起了这些方法这样来面对任何的那个困难佛法是那个日常生活上面有用希望呢不用放在旁边或者是那个旧脚。
So Khenchen, his wisdom is so vast, and then his practice so deep, and then he also have such good proficiency and mastery on the English. So this is such a blessing to us all. We do not need to rely on English interpreter. He could communicate with directly. I'm sure that everyone has benefited directly from his teaching greatly. And as he mentioned over and over in the teaching this weekend, after we listen, learn the teaching, it is very important to implement that in our daily life, and then try not to let it come in from the right side of the ear and go out immediately from the left side of the ear. It is when we run into challenge and difficult situations, that's the time for us to practice what we have learned. And that should be how we utilize Buddha Dharma.
就这样了最后呢，就希望呢Khenchen就回到这个地方就下一次有这样的机会传法在这。
So that's what I want to say, and then finally I want to request that we make an aspiration prayer that we are hoping that Khenchen will return to Rinchen Chuling to give us additional teaching in the near future.
Thank you.
The smile meaning yes.
Welcome.
So on behalf of Rinchen Chuling, we have two center volunteers to make offerings on behalf of the center. One is all the offering from students for the past few days, and we have collected them and then want to make offering to Khenchen. And the other one is from our center, Rinchen Chuling, to really want to make offering and really express a little bit a token of our appreciation towards Khenchen. And so now, if you want to offer kata, you could do that. We really had a very fortunate weekend to be here to spend time with Khenchen for this such a profound teaching. He is so skillful that will have a way to transmit this profound teaching in such a joyous and a peaceful way, and expand our mind. And for humor, while it is so much compassion, it's almost like poking a hole in the darkness of our heart, of our mind. We pray that Khenchen will have good health and have a successful trip and return to us very quickly in the future. We want to express our appreciation to many conditions, many people to enable this to happen, starting from Steve.